Vokun, for the cards, I could hand deliver them to you if you attend GCX. I sent you an invite, Psychotic. What you drinking? It's called Olipop. It's these like it's this like botanical sugar-free soda that my wife gets. Pretty good, honestly. What's up, Joshua Rama? See what we're cooking with here. Nighthawk? You need an anti-barrier weapon somewhere. Let's go Wish Ender and a legendary solar weapon. Legendary solar hand cannon. This, ooh. Ooh, man. I don't even know where to start with this. Are you like a new player or something? Well, like where are we at in terms of like loadout depth? Because the sword is definitely going to do nothing for us. Really need this to become a rocket. Is Destiny still worth playing? Well, I'm here playing it right now, aren't I? Where is GCX held at? It is in Orlando, Florida. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. I'm liking this. Very good, very good, very good. Barabos, thank you so much for the brand new tier 1 sub. Appreciate it a ton, dude. Welcome in. Is this like a... Yeah, this might be like a brand new player. If this... Oh, okay. Well, at least they have that. Watch a lot of your D2 YouTube content. First time catching you online and not swamped at work. Dude, happy to have you in. And thanks for watching my stuff. I appreciate it a ton. Yeah, let's throw on like a hand cannon here. Maybe infuse the rocket. If you want someone else, no, I just need to know what we're working with here. So you need to answer my questions. What's, you know, what we got? What are our options? You know what I mean? Do we have to be a sub to join GM carry? No. Anyone can join. Okay, there we go. No, yeah, there we go. Now we're cooking. Okay, yeah, this is fine. I want to get rid of the Ember of... There's a solar one that increases resilience, right? Yeah. Are there any others that increase resilience? Yeah. This is ass though. Okay, let's do the Ember of Mercy. Let's get the Ember of Mercy on you instead of instead of Searing. Chris, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Boys, can we get exclamation mark subs right now? We're almost at 9,100, right? 3 subs away from 9.1k. If we hit 10k in today's stream, I'm gonna give away a pair of pants. Worn. Ah! No, wait, I was kidding. Barbos! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs and your very first gifted subs in the stream. Chat, can we get a huge welcome to Barbos, who is a brand new member to the gifted sub club? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, Barbos. Welcome in, dude. Yeah, let's get the Ember of Syrian switched over to the Ember of Mercy. So we can get that, the 1 fragment not unlocked in my hunter. I mean, we can go to the tower and you can go buy it, right? Hadakora, right? If you have any on-level gear farms, I am not aware of any. I'm sorry, Keg. Using your builds, and also another YouTuber build's been really helpful. I just did your Cold Heart and Geomag build. Awesome. Hey, no problem, Cable. I'm glad you're liking them. That's 1,000 subs, dude. I know. I think that there is a statistical 0% chance that we hit 10k this stream. Hardest? Nah, I don't think we'll ever have a GM that'll be harder than Lightblade. I don't think we'll ever have one harder than Lightblade. Kill me with a Grandmaster? Yeah. Sugar Daddy on Wheels, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. For Grandmaster Nightfall carries, I just do raffles. So in between runs, enter the raffles. If you win, I'll help you out. Oh, no kidding, Fesh. Open them on up, my brother. Get those bad boys open. Open those cards. I'm doing another round of pre-orders tomorrow. So if you want to pick up another deck, so that you can like have one that you can keep sealed forever, and then you can have one that you can actually open and use, you can look out for that. You don't have to have a barrier weapon if it's solar, though. You do, though, because you're not always going to have Radiant. How much for you to sign my deck? That sentence is 1 letter away from being a lot more interesting. I sign all of the limited edition decks. I'd love to sign the regular ones, but there's just too many of them to sign. I wouldn't be able to get them out in time if I signed each and every one of them. But if you attend Guardian Con and you know, meet me in real life, I will sign anything you want. Well, mostly anything you want. Let's not get carried away now. What's up, Yellows? You can hear the genuineness in Mac's voice when someone compliments him. I just appreciate it a lot. People take time out of their day to, come and say nice things, and it means a lot to me. My deck just came yesterday and it's clean. Good. That's what we like to hear. Anything you say? I said mostly anything. Clarified. Not signing any wieners. Alright, let's get cooking. Triple hunter. Yeah, so basically the rule is if you're one of the Nighthawk hunters, if your super is available and there is a guy in front of you and he has a big HP bar, you use it. I don't care if you're like, oh, maybe I'll need it for a different... Nope. If you're using the Nighthawk in this strike, and there's a champion in front of you, and the champion is stunned, and you do not pop the Nighthawk, you are trolling. If you see a dude, you Nighthawk him. That is the rule. That is the rule of this GM. Okay, you guys can hang back. I'll go ahead and I'll progress this and get the brig up. No, hang back, hang back. Let me take care of this. You're gonna die if you stay up here with me. He's not listening. There we go. Blazin' Blazer, thanks for the 2 months of subbing, and welcome back. Walked up too far. What grenade launcher is that? It's just a disorienting GL. I think the one I have in particular right now is Empty Vessel, but you can use literally whichever one you want. Hey, people who are mods in here, are you guys able to type things in the announcements channel of my Discord server? Or am I the only one that's allowed to do that? No? Okay. Oh no! Yeah, don't... Okay, that's okay. We should have another Nighthawk right here that we can use once his crit is open. There we go. Nighthawk time. Nighthawk hours. Perhaps. Lucky. It's okay, I got it. Everything is under control. They might not have my stream up, so they might not be able to hear me. So they might be operating in the dark right now. No plane tickets from UK to Florida? Well, the good thing is that GCX isn't right now. It's in August. So you got time. Okay, we're gonna have them stay back far. Oh wait, no, we need to kill this barrier servitor first. Subscribe, really love your content. Thanks, Alan. I've ran this GM plenty, haven't used a barrier weapon once. Cool. You can you can keep on doing that then. For me, I'm bringing a barrier weapon every time. No doubt. Okay, we should be able to despawn all these guys. Polaris season is free anti-barrier and unstop? Yes, if you have Radiant up. if you always have a target that you're able to whack. But that's not always going to be the case, is the problem. Okay, time for my teammates to come join me. And make sure we avoid the roof. Or Radiant Dodge. I mean, Radiant Dodge is ass. Is it down there? Yeah, I don't mind Orlando. The problem is GCX is in August, and it's so hot in Orlando in those months. Okay, time for the unstop. Maybe. There we go. There we go. Nighthawk hours. Perfect. Tragedy. There we go. And they should both be 33% of the way back to their Nighthawk, which is really nice because I can just drop my tether here on this wave, which should make a shit ton of orbs and clump everything together to make these Barrier Knights super easy to kill. We should get them their Nighthawks back really quickly. Holy shit. Y'all see that shit? That's called speed. I am speed. Yo, can someone type exclamation mark subs in the Twitch chat real quick? I want to take a quick picture of it and put it in Discord announcements. Oh my god! No way! Dude, Barebows! Chat, can we get some W's for Barebows with the 20? Dude, that's so many. 10K could happen today. It's possible. I mean, probably not. But oh my god. Ah! Ah! Too many dudes. The fact you get so happy makes it much more fun. How could you not get happy, dude? Wait, I only had 4 heavy shots? Something planned for 10K? We can do literally whatever you guys want when we hit 10K. Oh, I'm trolling! I am trolling so hard! I'm bad, I'm bad, I'm bad, I'm bad, I'm not good at this game. Just kidding. I'm not good at this game. I'm the best. See guys, when you're a player like me, and you play a lot of Destiny 2, you know exactly how much damage you're going to take from every single enemy, and exactly how many bullets they are going to hit you with. So you're allowed to be aggressive and make plays like that. It's just Shuri, that's not nice at all. I thought we were friends. You say these mean things about me. That 1 HP left was calculated? That's exactly what I'm saying. This is called the bouncy ball method. Bounce. Bounce. Kill this one. Pragmatic! Thanks for the 10 months. Oh, joy. Let's go. Is he using exotic void pants? No, I'm using exotic chest piece. I got kicked too. It just happened to me. Is it literally everyone? Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude. Well. Let's run it back. Helaman, can I have your Bungie ID again? Actually, wait, I can just look at your message history. Like... It's fine, guys. Bungie is it's a small startup indie company. Login queue? Oh my god! Oh! Jason, if you type !mark Discord and join the Discord server, I will do an announcement when the second round of pre-orders opens. Shuri, thanks for the 30 months. How you doing, buddy? $870 to go. Playing WoW? Don't say that to me. Don't say that to me. You're gonna ruin my entire life if you get me back on that game. Yo, see you, Sagar. Have a great one, dude. Thank you so much for the missile earlier, too, man. Holy shit. $870 to go. It's only... Yeah, guys. It's only 8 100 bombs. Status types. Guys, it's just 800 bombs. A 50 bomb, and a 20 bomb. That's all. Inspiring status. Truly inspiring. saving to get to GCX. Yo, good call. GCX bangs. I really hope that I'm able to go for sure. GCX is a good time. Why do I feel like I've seen this before? Deja vu. What's up, BH? What's the strategy for this GM? Don't get weaseled? It's true. Is the GM easy enough to solo? I would recommend against soloing it. Probably not enjoy yourself very much. What about what happened over here? He's crying internally, knowing how many more runs he has tonight. Yeah, I'm chilling. Because the thing is, like, I mean, first of all, I can stop running these whenever I feel like it. We lit 10K for his birthday? You don't know that. Because by the time the birthday stream comes along, we'll be 1,500 away, not 900 away. Alright, it is almost night hawking hours. And honestly, just do that. Just to guarantee that we kill him with the Nighthawks. There we go. Nighthawk time. Almost. There we go. Holding on number 2. Alright, you guys hang back. I'll just, I'll do... Oh. Yo, get out of here. Do the roar. What was it? Dude, there was a period in time in Destiny where I was saying do the roar like 24/7. Why was I doing that? I'm trying to remember like what I was doing that made me say that all the time. Oh, it was when I was doing like the Warlord's Ruin solo flawless. It was like day in and day out. And I wanted the tanky enemy to put down the totem so I could capture too. And so I don't know why, but like my brain was just like, do the roar. And doing the roar was him putting down the totem. Okay, just making sure no one's going on the roof. My team can push up. And then we'll insta-nuke the 2 unstops here. Oh wait, no, we're gonna have we'll kill the Shriekers first, right? That's so unfortunate. So we need unstop, sons. Unstop, unstop, unstop. There we go. Oh, unstop it for him. Teamwork. It's a tragedy. That's my fault for getting killed. Although we're pretty much fine now because now we can just spawn kill. Would help if I actually hit my blinding deal. Unstop. Unstop. Oh, I want to greed this barrier knight so badly. Free invis. I can kill him. How did that go so wrong? It looked so good. And then it went so wrong. Yeah, I think the problem is we just didn't have... we didn't instantly stun the ogre. So we couldn't spawn trap him with the rest of the stuff. Yeah, this outdoor section is actually very easy, to be honest. Where's the heavy crate? What? Whatever. You missed out on it? Oh, did my teammates pull it instantly? Yeah, when you guys are running this, by the way, big tip. Wait until you're done with that entire section before you pull the heavy crate. Jazzy, thanks for the 25 months. Dang. That was a lot of months. Appreciate it, dude. You ever do the Hollowed Lair GM? That's one of my favorite GMs. That's like top 3 for me. Hollowed Lair GM is so good. You like that GM? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Fuck baby Screebs? See, this is my problem, bro. People are always talking about how, like, difficulty in Destiny sucks because it's all artificial. And then Bungie adds mechanics, and then people are like, oh, we hate mechanics. And it's like, okay, well, what the fuck do you want them to do then? And then they do something that's actually cool and innovative and interesting, like add baby Screebs, and then everyone's just like, nah, we hate baby Screebs. So it's like, what do you want? I think baby Screebs are one of the most interesting modifiers that we have ever had in the game. Now, yes, listen. They were bugged for the first week that they were there. I will give you that. And that is a problem. That's unfortunate. Okay, so you guys basically need to stun that unstop, Nighthawk it, and then blast it while you're getting my res. That's basically what needs to happen here. That's ballsy. How the fuck did that work? Listen, baby Screebs were bugged for the first week. I will give you that, and that is horseshit, and that's unfun. I agree. However, they were fixed after the first week. After they were fixed and they didn't clip into the floor anymore, they were unironically one of the most interesting mechanics, or interesting modifiers rather, in any activity in all of Destiny. They're literally walking martyrdom. It was cool, and it was fun. The first week, when they were going into the floor and killing you, you know, fair enough, right? That's annoying. I'm with you there. I get that. That's annoying, for sure. But literally, any week after that, when they were functioning properly, functioning as intended, like, if you still got upset that they killed you, then it's like, listen, I don't know what you want. Because I saw so many people that were just saying how bullshit the baby screams were. That's all I saw that entire season. And I was like I was so confused. Every time I saw someone complain about baby screams after their bug was patched. So I was just sitting there and I was like, bro, like what do you want them to do? You don't want them to increase enemy HP and damage, because that's artificially increasing difficulty. You don't want them to add mechanics, because then you can't do it without a microphone. And blueberries don't know how to do mechanics. So it's like, what other options are left? You know what I mean? And it makes me really sad, because I think from all the people that were complaining about baby screams, I think it's going to make it so that we never get like interesting modifiers like that ever again. Because as far as Bungie can tell, from a feedback perspective, people didn't like them. Which kind of sucks. I thought baby screams were fucking sweet. A really cool idea. I speak to say intellect isn't worth it. What are their reasonings for intellect not being worth it? Like what are they, when you talk to people and you say, hey, I'm running intellect on my Nighthawk build, and the people say no, intellect is bad. Why? What are their reasons? Or are they just saying intellect bad and not providing any argument or reasoning whatsoever? I think more mechanics is the way to go. If you can't take the time to figure out a puzzle mechanic, then that type of content isn't for you. Be careful. Be careful. You're saying correct sentences right now. And people don't like correct sentences. The entire concept of, hey, there might be an activity out there that you might not be able to complete, and that is completely okay, is such a lost concept. Ow. Hello, Shadow King. Love your vids, new to stream. Welcome in. I just completely whiffed that first rocket, didn't I? Urban Ranger, thanks for the 8 months on an 8-month streak. Bungie FOMO'd the game. They did. Wait, that heavy crate only gives you 2 bullets? This video game is not real. How is that heavy crate only gonna give me 2 rocket bullets? Rocket bullets? Rockets. Where did that knight just go? What? Who makes this video game? Thoughts on the Stag Stasis Warlock for GMs? Osmiomancy better. Will you do an Apex farm stream? Apex farm stream? Oh, Apex Predator? I don't think so. The crates in GM only give 25% of ammo? That is whack. That is goofy. That is silly. I dislike that. What resist do you use for this GM? I think I use 2 arc, 1 void. Mr. Mactics, you have an amazing mustache. Thanks. I grew it myself. Porno stash ain't it, Chief? My wife likes it just fine. You can grow your facial hair however your wife likes you to grow your facial hair. And I'll do the same for mine. Puggy Fox, thanks for the 4 months. Keep up the work, or blah, blah. Keep the work up, mate. Thank you, dude. I'm not married? Oh, interesting. Love you, brother. Always make my day better. Taking digs at my physical appearance might not be the best strategy to make your day better. Just gonna be honest. Dad jokes? It's the best kind of jokes. Homie is dead. Does he know? I don't think he knows. He figured it out. Well, sort of. See ya, Jenkers. Have a good one. Fredo, thanks for the 100 bits. Oh, back it up. You're requiring Witch Ender on your runs? No, but it's definitely my #1 recommended weapon. Shoot the leg, shoot the leg. Get some spears. Oh, just me. Go get one. Or not. I don't think Homie has my stream up. I don't think he can hear me. So I think he's just kind of operating on his own. Why is he jumping at the aspect of Savathun? There is a small chance I might need to revert back to requiring people to have microphones for the carry runs. For this GM in particular. Trying to throw hands with Sava. I mean, I respect it. I don't know if it's a viable strategy. Oh. Okay. Again, I like the confidence. Maybe get... Okay, I'm gonna revive him, and hopefully he picks up a spear and then runs back to the platform, and then the other guy sees that he does that, and then he'll do the same thing. We're gonna return to Operation... Killer myself. Colin, thanks for the 31 months, man. What's up, Spectre 7? Well, I don't think they're muting me. I just think they closed the stream. Usually I make the assumption that people are going to keep the stream up during a carry run, but that's not necessarily the case. Always, like sometimes people are going to close it. Maybe like their internet's not good enough to have both up at the same time. I don't know. Could be anything really. How you doing, Colin? Good to see you, buddy. Alright, she's dead. I guess we just go back to plinking away at this guy. I'm not really comfortable running out and getting the res. While the main boss is up, I'm just gonna chill back here while he's throwing shields. Should be good. Do they have a good second monitor? Well, they don't need to see what I'm doing. They just need to hear me. So I used to, when I first did GM carries, I used to always require that anyone who entered the raffles had a microphone and could join voice chat. But it ended up being a little bit cumbersome because some people don't use Discord, some people didn't have a microphone, some people just like couldn't figure it out, and so it kind of like excluded some people from being able to enter. So then I just moved to just not requiring voice comms whatsoever for GM carries. And I just requested that people keep the stream up so that they can at least like hear me if I need to do a couple of callouts. Should I hit him with my super? Yeah, sure. Why not? But unfortunately, some people will turn the stream off. Spectre 7, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. And welcome in. Okay, now I can get Homie back up. Hopefully he... Oh. What happened there? Okay. Why don't you use super on the boss? I don't know. We need to get an unstop on that ogre. That's problematic. Because now I have the ogre that can hit me. I've got the boss shooting at me. Luckily, the boss can't. Couldn't hit a boat if... Couldn't hit a boat? Couldn't hit water if she bought a boat. That's what I was going for. Okay, there we go. Let me get one more stun. I hope. Cool. And then I'll go try and get that guy. This should be winnable. There we go. Get you back to safety. And then we get another invis cooldown with an obscurity finisher there. And then I can grab the spear. Get my little blinks. Oh, okay. And then I'll go try... I don't know if our other teammate can hear me, and I don't know if he knows that he can... Oh, shit. I didn't know you were coming out there. I don't know if our other teammate knows that he can come up here to this platform. So if I res him and he doesn't know that he can come up to this platform and he just continuously hangs out down there, he's just going to keep getting blasted. But actually for this section, we actually want to be down there anyway, so we can clear out these odds on the left side, and then we'll take out this, we'll occupy this left side of the arena. So I think we're actually going to be okay here. He's got to be throwing at this point. Yo, come on, guys. That is completely not necessary to say. Homie just probably hasn't done this GM before, doesn't know where he's supposed to go, doesn't know where he's supposed to stand. Doesn't mean he's throwing, dude. Everyone's a different skill level in this game, everyone has a different level of experience. We're not gonna talk shit about people who are signing up for GM help carry raffles. Stupid. Oh, I wanted to dive and kill the moth. Trying to keep myself safe from any ads that spawn over here. Okay. Come over here with us. There we go. Easy. Just need a little bit of guidance, that's all. Do you guys think the Savathun clones need more HP? I think they could probably use more HP. Right now, I'm just kind of trying to clean up anything that can hit us in our current location. I'm gonna rotate back up here. I can't remember whether or not the ads infinitely respawn. God bless Wish Enders, eh? Okay, so I'm just gonna sit here. Because if the shields hit this little wall in front of me, they ain't gonna hit me. Who's next? That was indeed a run. Alright, we're gonna go. All you have to do is type !ticket in the Twitch chat to enter into the raffle. If you're currently watching on YouTube, you will have to come over to the Twitch chat, type !ticket. Unfortunately, no way for the raffle robot to take YouTube chat inputs. Don't I have like a text? Yes, I do. There we go. Oh, whoops. There we go. Doing any will builds today? I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. All right. While you guys enter the raffle, I'm gonna run downstairs and get my ice cream sandwich. I feel like I deserve a little ice cream after that one. Don't give subs while I'm gone. I'll know. I'm back. Hey! I said don't give subs. What is this? I see. Hey! You thought you were sneaky? Like a hide from me? Well, you can't. I heard someone say you can't tell me what to do. I actually can tell you what to do. Whether you decide to listen is a completely separate thing. Usually you guys don't listen. Reverse psychology? Okay, so what if I said do gift subs? What if I said I want everyone to gift subs? So then the reverse psychology would mean that no one would, right? Get fucked. Okay. What if I just say nothing at all? What if I just don't speak? Ever? That's cold. That was really cold. What's up, Richards? Sorry, Ricards. Not Richards. There's no H. It's Ricards. Close giveaway. Blitz and Tactics. Need your Bungie IDs. That was cool. You know what? I'm done asking people to run certain loadouts because they don't listen to me anyway. I'm just not even, you know what? If we wipe, we wipe. I'm done asking. You guys don't listen to me anyway. Run whatever you want. Pull up with Stompies for all I care. At this point, yeah. What's the problem with Polaris? It's ass cheeks for this GM. What loadouts are you looking for? The same weapons that I'm running. Nighthawk if you're on a Hunter. Well of Radiance if you're on a Warlock. How is it ass cheeks? Because it does 0 damage in this GM and it doesn't reliably stun all the champions. Maybe they were not here at that time? Oh no, they were. Tactics was at least. Tactics never runs what I asked them to run. Tactics has been around for a very, very long time, and they always run something different than what I ask. They like to be different. Lance doesn't work well. I mean, it's like, listen, it's not bad, but like, Wishender is gonna kick its ass. The problem, okay, here's the problem with Polaris Lance. Let's get this out of the way once and for all. The problem with Polaris Lance is that, yes, it can stun barrier champions, and yes, it can stun unstoppable champions. Very, very good. Yes. On paper, smart idea, works well. Stay back, by the way, boys. Stay back. Get out of here. Skedaddle. I got our control. The problem with Polaris is that it takes like 4 shots to kill a barrier champion shield, which is not always going to be possible. Typically, you're going to have to go wide out in the open and put yourself in a dangerous position to be able to do that. If you're not in an area where you can just plink away at someone from 9,000 yards away, you're not always going to have that opportunity. And for unstoppable champions, it takes like fucking what, like 10 shots to stun them, and it doesn't even like actually stun them. It stuns them and strips them of their damage resistance, but for some reason Polaris Lance like likes to bug out, and it's like something to do with the interaction of like the solar explosion and the ignition like canceling each other out, where it'll like stun the unstop, but then it'll immediately become unstop. And so it's like, I don't love having my only way to stun an unstoppable champion being a weapon that takes 10 bullets to stun it. It doesn't actually stun it. So it's like, listen, on paper, Polaris like looks really good, you know what I mean? It ticks all the boxes. It's like, Mac, what do you mean it's bad? Are you an absolute dummy? you can stun barrier and unstoppable champions with it. And it's good from a long distance. Like, what more could you want? And it's like, yes, on paper, like, it does make a lot of sense, and it's a very, very good weapon. It does make a lot of sense and seem like a very good weapon for this GM. But then when you actually load up the GM and you start using Polaris Lance, you're like, oh, I don't always have Radiant up. And if I don't have it up and I'm in the middle of fighting a barrier champion, I'm kind of screwed. And even if I do have Radiant up, it takes me 4 shots to break the shield, all while the champion is shooting back at me, which is dangerous. Oh, and if there's an unstoppable, it takes me like 10 bullets to kill it, or 10 bullets to stun it. And even if I do stun it, it doesn't actually stun because it just immediately gets unstunned. And then it's running at me. And I have no reliable way to continuously stun it, and while it's running at me, it's blasting me with a void beam. And then I die. And it's just like... It's just not... It doesn't work out. So it's like, listen, on paper, Polaris is like a godsend. You know what I mean? Polaris is like the, you know, it's the creme de la creme. You know what I mean? Nice and spicy. But when you actually like load up in the GM and use it, it is butt cheeks. Very butt cheeks. Speak French to me, Mac? Oh, no Polaris Lance, s'il vous plaît. Wish and Messi. Hello, Pure Chilium. You guys see the problem? Takes forever to stun them. You just gotta go plink, 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 plink. Now thankfully we have stasis, so we have another way to stun them. But if the only way we had to stun these unstops was Polaris, I'm telling you right now, it would, oh, we'd be fucked. Alright, hopefully we can all group up. Oh, he just pulled that heavy crate. So, all in all, Wish Ender Supremacy. That is all for today's lecture. Any other questions? See, look at how it looks. Blink, 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 blink. Any other questions, class? Can I go to the bathroom? I don't give a fuck. This GM is really hard. See, I've had a lot of people ask me about like the difficulty of this GM. And like, I don't really know whether or not I would classify it as easy or hard. I would just classify it as tedious. What do you think of Wicked Implements? Booty. Booty cheeks. What item in Destiny 2 would give you the most points if you played it in Scrabble? Radiant Dance Machines has to be up there. Extraordinary Rendition. I feel like Radiant Dance Machines clears that. It has to be one word though? Oh. Maybe Xenophage? Is it X? Your Falcons? Nah, not enough like uncommon letters. There's only the Y. My guess was Quick Fang. Why was your guess Quick Fang? Oh. I just got clubbed in the face. Does Q get more points than X? Caraxipos could be up there. Oh, I don't know about those. Probably should have just waited for Super. I think we're wiped now. What's the highest point letter in Scrabble? Is it Z, X, or Q? Q and Z. What does X give you? Ooh! Surturacnes could be not bad. I don't know though, because it's only got Y. Y is the only like really. And that, chat, is why Polaris Lance is ass. Right there. Took him like 10 bullets to stun the unstop, and then even after he stopped it, after he stunned him, it just like, he just kept beaming him because he doesn't actually get stunned. Alright, this is actually kind of free if he just plops well on our reses. Yeah, we good. Let's get out of here. Yeah, okay, we're good here. Yeah, no worries, Vocab. Glad you're enjoying Destiny. Oh, I didn't even think about Buzzard. The double Z is significant. Polaris. Hey, you guys can use Polaris Lance all you want. I'm not gonna get in your way. I'm just saying, I'm telling you right now, you're gonna find a much easier time with Unstop Hand Cannon and Witch Ender. I'll be back in a week or two. Status is enthralled by the Scrabble Destiny word conversation. ATP, that would unironically be a good YouTube video. What is the best Destiny word in Scrabble? It's actually a good video. Gjallarhorn? Gjallarhorn I don't think would be that good because the only uncommon letter it has is J. Do not steal this idea from my April 1st video. Oh, my April 1st video was going to be a Blight Ranger build guide. So you're good to go. I love that. I'm having so much fun. Just gonna make ranking all D2 exotics based on Scrabble rankings. This is ballsy. Blight Ranger playbook is finally happening. What do you guys think the best subclass for Blight Ranger is? Void Warlock? I was thinking Stasis Titan. Because then you can run Antaeus wards, and then you have double reflection. And if you're on Stasis, you can do the super slide. You know what I mean? Like Ranger's only feature is to look good, and it fails at that too. I like being dead. It really takes the stress off. That finisher is so cool. Why is every finisher just not that one? Oh shit. I fuck us over by picking that up. Too bad it was $10. Yeah, but Bungie puts money on my account. Otherwise, admittedly, I would not have it. I think it's the only thing I've ever bought with the silver that they put on my account. ATP, does Bungie give you silver too? What's up, Igor? Is that your Omni build? It is, Sean. What do you think of the bombardiers for Strand class? What do Strand bombardiers do? Are they suspend or are they unravel? I don't know, you're probably just better off using like 6 coyotes. Sever? Oh, that is so ass. Yeah, that's butt. Dick. Oh, yeah, we get our supers back when I started, don't we? Yeah, because it's a BG. BG stands for Battleground, by the way. I'm hip like that. I'm cool. I like to abbreviate things. Big Red Pawn, thanks for the 100 bits. I was watching ATP solo this and I didn't understand his frustration because I hadn't done the GM yet. I was watching him solo it like before I went to like the squash club or something. And he was like getting so pissed off because the boss just like would not peek him, and I was like, what is this guy bitching about? And then I did it for the first time and I was like, oh my god. Fado Gallo, I think. Thank you so much for the brand new Prime. Hope the Prime is something. Fuck yeah, dude. It gives me, the Prime gives me $2.50. And go get some chocolate chip cookies. Also gets us a little closer to 10k subs. 9148. Honestly, if we end the stream today with 9200, I feel like that's a massive W. Imagine how many cookies you could buy with 10k subs. You could probably buy a significant amount. What's up, Steven? Stefan? Stefan? It's probably Stefan, isn't it? Steven? Stefan?
Everybody get your fucking hands up.
What? Oh shit, I forgot I'm in the middle of a GM. I forgot I'm in the middle of a GM. Ghost is trying to take me out. Dude! Yo, chat, can we get every single... I need a bare minimum. I need a bare minimum of 100 people currently watching the stream to type the letter W in the chat. We need 100 different people to throw W for Ghost's 100 gifted subs. Dude. 9248. Nine, 2, 4, 8. Dude, we're cooking. We're cooking. I'm feeling the 10K. I'm fucking feeling the 10K. Not today, but road to 10K, let's go. We're on the road. We are currently on the road. Do I make it 93, 40? No. No, you don't, Ghost. No. No, you don't. I'm surprised how long he's just chilling here, letting us wail on him. Yo, what's he doing? And Ghost, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that 2,000 total gifted subs in the stream? Again, correct me if I'm wrong. $1,900. Oh, okay. Yo, did anyone else just see that? Seems to absolutely evaporate from the suppressor grenade. Yeah, I'm gonna chill down here just in case the shield cooks him. It depends on the activity scaling. Haka. I don't see Ghost on the top gifters list, and that makes me hella angry. What are you talking about? If you look at the top of the chat, he's the number 2 sub gifter of the month with 600. Only second to Sagar with 628. Can I find this Void Hunter build on your YouTube? You sure can. You just type !OMNI. Omni. Yeah, for some reason, Ghost, I thought that was your 2K right there. I was looking at the one in your bio. Oh, that one's bugged. I don't know why. I was fiddling with the settings of that to try and, but yeah, that one's like not actually updated. I don't know why. I was trying to figure out how to like make it updated. Yeah, that one's like not updated. Yeah, you'll never hit for 9. You'll never hit for sextuple 9s in a GM because a GM forces you to be 25 light levels under. There's just no way to... How do you blink with the spear? Grenade button. You can do some pretty goofy shit. Thanks, Draconic, for welcoming. Are you sure it's your first time checking out the stream, though? Because normally it would say that you're a first-time chatter whenever you type your very first chat message in here. Confused as I think it is. Oh. Let's see. Just out of curiosity. Your first time in here was on December 20th, 2023. Your first message was Jimmy John's Prob. Not sure what we were talking about. Apparently it's something to do with sandwiches. Ooh! I could really go for a sandwich right now. Damn! He's pulling up receipts. I mean, I think people don't know that I can see their, like, chat message history. One time I had this dude in stream, and I like pulled up his chat message history, and so I don't know how many people met me this long ago, but like probably the very first time that my stream got a lot of attention was back in the Deepstone Crypt World's First race when I almost won. And so this one dude, like, he had typed in my stream before, and then he came back, like, 2 years later, and I looked at his message history. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Okay, that's free. You get so much time to do that. Holy hell. Never mind. What's GM gun this week? Zach, you literally work at the fucking company. I'm not telling you. Actually, hold up. He's going to find out right. Just to be a bitch, I'm not going to show you my screen while it pops up. My whole job in life is to be a bitch to Zach. Okay, rude ass. Yeah, that's me. That's me. You'll keep giving me silver though. Oh, finish the story? Oh, I like saw his message history logs or whatever. And like I saw that the first message he ever sent was back during the Deepstone Crypt World's first race. Because during that race, my then girlfriend, now wife, was like sitting next to me watching us do it. And I didn't have my stream chat on or anything while I was doing that. And I saw his very first message was he called my wife ugly. It was like who's it was like, is that ugly chick sitting next to him his sister? Or something like that. That was the first message he ever sent in my stream. And then he came back like 2 years later. I didn't even know that he said that because like I didn't have my chat up. So I didn't even know he said that. So then he came back 2 years later and he was like in chat, he was like, hey bro. He was like, hey bro, I've started making videos. I would love to do a collab with you or something like that. And I was like, this low-key feels like self-promo. Let me check this guy's message history to see if he's ever said anything like this in the past. Because usually I tell people like right off the bat, I'm like, hey, that's kind of self-promo-y. Don't say stuff like that. That's more like a thing to DM me about. And so I checked his message history to see if he ever said anything like that in the past. And then I see from 2 years ago, called my wife ugly. And I was like, oh! Later, bitch. I bet it tasted sweet getting their revenge. Nah, I don't really care. I honestly didn't really give a fuck. I thought it was like, I chuckled at the irony of it. And then I forgot about it. Now I'm worried about my first message. Let's see. Let's see what your first message is. You have a lot of messages in here. This will take me a while. You have too many messages. Holy shit, you talk a lot, Ben. I'm still scrolling. I don't know if I'm gonna find his first message. I'm all the way back in... I'm back in... Oh my god, I'm only at November 10th. Yo, Ben definitely said some fucked up shit, and he types in my chat all the time to bury it, so I'll never find it.
Take a breath, rest your head, close your eyes, you're alright. Just lay down, turn my side. Do you feel my heat on your skin? Take off your clothes, blow out the fire.
Okay, I might not find his first message. Ben stays talking. Can you quickly browse the Brightest store this week? Yeah, I got you. After I find Ben's first message. Okay, now I'm back to October 23rd. Dude, Ben, like, you are talking and talking. Hey, what's up, Yuli? Control F? That's not how it works. It's just like, it's just a little window that pops up. Oh, I found it! Just kidding. Shout out the legend that gifted me this sub. Y'all getting some from me today. Damn. His first message was nice. And since then, he has gifted 150 subs. Kinda gangster, not gonna lie. I think my first was asking a question. There's no way I'm going through Ghost messages. Ghost definitely has like probably 10,000 messages in here. There's no way I'm finding that shit. Queen, thanks for the gifted sub. And Glorious Hectorius, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. Ooh. I have way less. Nah, you're definitely a triple niner. Yep, 999. 999. It's mine. I just started talking more in the chat. Oh, you're only 172. Yours isn't bad. That's findable. Omni. Oh my god. Where are we on subs, by the way? Hey! 750 to go. Are we checking everyone's receipts? Yeah, I'm seeing who's bad and who's good. I've been here, so I don't have that much. Nah, you're only 146. I'm working right now. I recognize you from your build videos. What's up, bro? How you doing? Ooh, hype train. I've only ever been a menace. Yeah, Giphy's first ever message in the stream is so bad that I can't even show it. My Twitch account will get banned. Giphy was really wild before we converted her into a respectable chatter. I mean, she was like, you guys wouldn't even believe what she was saying. All right, we got a hype train cooking in the background. Let's do another help run raffle, exclamation mark ticket in the Twitch chat. Exclamation mark ticket in the... Oh, wait, I have this little thing up. These are the instructions. To enter the raffle, type exclamation mark ticket in Twitch chat. If you are watching on YouTube, you have to hop into the Twitch chat, link to the top left to enter. Since the raffle bot doesn't accept chat inputs from YouTube chat. And if you're a sub on Twitch, you get extra luck, and you can subscribe for free with Twitch Prime. While you guys enter the raffle, this is a perfect opportunity for me to order some deliciousness. Yeah, you cross the line when you talk smack about the wife. Yeah, I don't really care like what people say about me. Like, I mean, shit, people make fun of my mustache literally every day, and I just kind of like shrug my shoulders. But yeah, you say literally one thing about my wife, you're fucking gone. Like, it's just like I fucking like a fucking bug, just pew, pew, out of here. See ya. Like on site. Not messing with it. 70s porn mustache. Hey, Red Tag, don't feel bad about liking what you like, man. There's no shame. Did someone say something bad about her? No. I was just saying, like, what boundaries exist in the stream, where the lines are. Yeah, let me clarify. If you say something bad about my wife, if you say something nice about her, I mean, that's cool. We got a little hype train cooking. Level 1 50%. We are this close to 10,000 subs on Twitch. Well, not like that close, but like, I mean, we're getting there. Closer than we've ever been. That's for damn sure. Sorry I can't help, but I hope you get there. Oh, yo, Draconic, you're chilling, bro. Don't sweat it, my man. Don't sweat it. You're 100% chilling. Those who support the stream in that fashion, appreciate it a ton. Absolutely love y'all for it. Those who don't want to or can't, still love you all the same. Still love you all the same. Where are we at with the sub count? We are at 9251. Sugar with the gifted sub, bumping the hype train up to 66%. Looks like this hype train is unfortunately going to die at level 1. Unless someone throws a little grenade in the next 30 seconds. I don't know if I want a sandwich, actually. Oh! Touchdown. Shadow Boxer. Dude, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Shadow Boxer saves the hype train. What a beast. Shadow Boxer. Bringing it up not only to level 2, but to level. Let me follow your side. It's happening! Yo! Shadow Boxer with the 10. Johnny Kilowatt with the 20. We're cooking. Absolutely cooking. Is there a mobile sub max? Don't do it on mobile, Trevor, because it charges you extra money. Look, literally all you do is you do this, right? So if you're watching, if you want to gift on mobile, here's what you do. If you're on the app, you do, one sec. There we go. So if you're on mobile, and you want to give subs without getting charged extra, literally what you do is, so like this is my mobile Twitch, right? Or you pull it up on your web browser. So like this is on Safari because I have an iPhone. But literally, see at the bottom left of the screen, right here, where like the capital A and the lowercase a are, you click that, and then there's a button that says Request Desktop Website. It's the third one down. You click that, and then it pulls you to desktop Twitch. And then it tricks and then it thinks that you're not on mobile anymore. That's how you avoid those bullshit extra $1 per sub charges that mobile does, which is super annoying. I'd like to add. Mac out here cheating the system. I would argue that they are cheating you by charging you $1 extra per sub when you're on mobile. Food for thought. Sometimes I just like sit in my chair and just like graze my mustache for an hour straight. Oh. Too much? don't actually do that. All right, looks like this hype train is gonna fizzle out. So we're gonna go ahead and pull our 2 winners. For this run of the GM, we have got DJC and that JK. I just need both of those Bungie IDs. I'll send you invites. And we'll blast this thing. Ooh. Bills-O-Matic. Dropping a crispy little 5. Taking the hype train up to level 5. And Bill's first time ever gifting the stream. Chat, can we all get a thank you to Bills and welcome them to the Gifted Sub Club? Jazzy hopping in as well with a little 5 bomb of their own. Y'all know what happens if we hit level 6. Gonna be throwing some schmacks to everyone currently chilling and watching the stream.
Tips. BTW, thank you for all the build vids over the past year, really appreciate it. I need me a GM carry.
James, thank you for the $10 tip. And I wish you luck in the raffles. That is the most I can do. Ooh, yum. This is what I like to see. Look at that. Text-to-speech is a risky move. I have filters on my text-to-speech so that you can't really, like, no one can really put anything in there that's gonna be problematic. And honestly, even if someone did try to abuse text-to-speech and try to say something really, really bad, I'd just insta-ban them and then they wouldn't be able to do it anymore. Once again, Shadowboxer, Johnny Kilowatt, Bills, and Jazzy, thank you all for the gifted sub bombs. I appreciate it a ton. I think where's our total count at now? Did we pass? I think we might have passed 9,300. If we didn't, I know we're really close. We are close. Much love, brother. No, much love to you. That's called an Uno reverse card. Bet you never seen anything like that. Much love to all. Okay, we all got trumped. Payload progress. Mobius or Deadfall with Orpheus? I like Deadfall better personally. You go Mobius if you're going for burst DPS. Deadfall if you're going for more ton of frequency, which if you're doing it in a GM, I mean, I don't really see why you would be going for burst DPS. All right, boys, we are 71 for, what the fuck? Fuck this shit. We are 71% away from every single person in the stream getting some schmacks. But we only got a minute to do it. We'll see what happens. So, also fun fact. Apparently, the brig can smush you. So be careful of that. I just realized I still never ordered food. I'll just order tacos. Tacos are a good go-to. It's nice and simple. I always like them. Keep it easy. Don't you think that if a Cabal landing pod could kill you, a Brig could too? Who says I was thinking? Consider that. I forgot I have a daily limit on my card. That sounds like a very intelligent budgeting decision. It's a good idea. I personally would never do that shit though. Because if I tried to swipe my card for something, and it just said no, because I hit my daily limit that I set for myself, I would just be like, what the fuck? Like, if I was trying to get, like, I don't know, if I was trying to get, like, a chocolate chip cookie, and I tried to swipe my card, and it was just like, daily limit, I'd be like, no, fuck this. Fuck the daily limit. Bourbon chicken? I do like bourbon. No cookie for you? If I want a cookie, I'm gonna buy a cookie. Ain't nothing that can stop me. My Cash app is linked directly, so if I hit the limit, I use that. Wait, what? I'm confused. Your Cash app is linked? I don't know what that means. Oh, isn't Cash app like one of those like Venmo type things? That's what. Is that what you mean? What are your PC specs? I have a. Trying to remember. I know I have an RTX 3090. My CPU. It's a Ryzen 5800X. Is that one of the options? I'm gonna be 100% honest, Akron. I do not really play PvP in this game whatsoever, so if you have a PvP specific question, I'm not a very good person to ask. Ryzen 5, 7, or 9? I think it's a Ryzen 7. Ryzen 7 sounds right. I got it like 3 years ago. No, don't go on the roof. Get off the roof. The roof is bad. just kill all these dudes. Yeah, going on the roof spawns these 2 Boomer Knights, and it spawns all these wizards. And they spawn infinitely, so long as someone is on the roof. Means roof is bad. What's a good price point for a first PC? Wait, do they spawn infinitely even... Wait, if someone goes on the roof a single time, do they spawn infinitely? They literally never stop? Even if that person leaves the roof? Oh, no. Oh, shit. So do I reset this run, or I don't know what I do here. I mean, as long as we can get through the Shriekers and the Unstops, we're fine. I didn't know that they infinitely spawned if someone just puts their toes up there. I thought they only infinitely spawned if the person stayed up there. I guess we're just gonna play over here for the entire time. Good night, Mad. Okay, I think we're okay. What's up, Mort? Okay, if we all push up here... Yeah, let's if we all push up now, I think we're fine. Because we can spawn camp everything else. Stop stun, please. Please. What's up, Pete? Choose one build on Warlock to PvE, what would it be? Fucking Strand Swarmers one. bangs. Wait, why are we not getting my res? Oh, okay. Yeah, my res is super free. I'm worried. I'm worried about our res token count for the final boss. You just stream what grenade launcher is that? It's empty vessel with disorienting grenades. This is rank 92. No way. I like playing aggressive. Six hours a reasonable amount of sleep? No. The minimum is, I think the minimum you're supposed to get is 7, right? I mean, like, different people need different amounts of sleep. On average, you need 8. Most people need a minimum of 8. Some people, very, very low percentage of people, can get 7 hours of sleep with no measurable defects or deficiencies, and some people require 9 hours to be able to perform at full function. But most of the planet is 8. Mini chaps! Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, dude. So I can get some W's from mini chaps. Not only for the 10 gifted subs, but very first time gifting in the stream, mini chaps. Welcome to the gifted sub club. And hey, thanks for pushing us over the 9,300 mark. We are now officially 700 subs away from 10K. Sorry, dude. 696. Appreciate it, mini chabs. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good night. Bills, thank you for the 2 months. use your armor charges on? Grenade kickstart it? No, utility kickstart. Whoa! Excuse me. How long have you been playing Destiny? Since 2016. What do you think? No access to artifact on day 1 raids? Seeing completions on Last Wish was amazing. There was no artifact then. I think there's a middle ground between the Last Wish day 1 experience and modern day 1 experiences that should be aimed for. You gotta remember that, like, as a viewing experience, Last Wish was amazing, but as a participation experience, it was absolutely atrocious. 2 fire teams beating a raid on day 1, like, that is too few. That is far too few. In my opinion, the perfect day 1 raid difficulty is somewhere in, like, the Crown of Sorrow region. Wasn't even day 1 beat. No, it was beat on day 1. I think the first team took 19 hours to beat it, which was Redeem. And then I think there was a tier 1 team that took about 22 hours to beat it. They were the second clear. And then Dado was the third clear, 2402. We can push up here. I've been curious, if I eat this early, does it despawn this champion? No. That's actually kind of nice. Do you play any other games? Yeah, I play a decent amount of League of Legends. I play some Fortnite. I don't really play much anymore, but I used to play Apex Legends a decent amount. And then, I play some random single-player games here and there. Like I played the new Zelda game. I thought it was pretty decent. I don't play a ton of games though. Played Baldur's Gate 3? No. Hey, back on the stream going tonight? Dude, couldn't be better. We're at a record high sub count, and we just keep getting higher. I'm not a big stream watcher, but when you stream, I always watch a good amount. Thanks for the information you have shared. Thank you, Brandon. I do my best to make sure that my streams provide, obviously they're not ever going to provide as much information as maybe my videos because it's just a more dense and curated format. But my goal with my streams is that you still learn at least a couple things, even if you're not learning something every second that you're watching it. That you're at least still going to learn, like a couple things here and there. Like, maybe you learn that this is a good way to hit this boss in this initial section. You stay back at the stairs. Okay, I don't know. Maybe you learn a fun little fact about a particular subclass that, what do you recommend to increase skill to solo warlords? I mean, for that, you just do the encounters over and over and over and over and over again. And eventually, a big part of solo dungeons, like I would say a big chunk of it is definitely individual skill and having good fundamentals, but an equally important chunk is understanding every single thing about the specific encounters themselves. Make sure you guys are backing up when he throws the shield. Because if a Well of Radiance wasn't up right there, then that would have been a team wipe. Gotta make sure that you're backing up. Whenever he's throwing the shields, we're crouched and we're at the back of the platform. You guys survived because you were in the well, thankfully. But yeah, that's a team wipe if the well's not down. You see the shields coming at you, you get crouched and you back it up. Looks like right there. Back it up and crouch so that the angle of the shield changes so that it hits the lip of the platform and doesn't come up to hit us. Loving this positioning right now. Alright, let's all go try and get a spear right away. All three invis wanna. Dan Worm, thanks for the 100 bits. Dear Bungie, difficult content should not default to well plus Wishender. I mean, Bungie's in a kind of a difficult spot when it comes to making difficult content, because the only way that they're really allowed to make stuff difficult is by enemies one-shotting you, because the community has been extremely loud and clear that they absolutely despise mechanics as a form of difficulty. And that they absolutely despise, like fun, goofy modifiers like baby screeps as a difficulty slider as well. If you want a world where difficult content consists of more than just like sit at the back of the map and poke away at everything, then you also need to have a world where people are actually okay with difficulty in other forms. And the unfortunate reality is that just like people historically have not been okay with those types of things. I might just fuck you over. That's cool, actually. I want to kill this one stuff anyway. I mean, another thing people have to understand too is like for Well of Radiance to stop being like the norm in every single piece of difficult content, like Bungie has to nerf Well of Radiance. But if you say the words nerf and Well of Radiance in the same sentence, the entire internet loses its mind. So it's just like, you know, what do you do, you know? Not really any other options. Instead of nerfing well, why not buff everything else? Because then you would also have to buff the enemies to compensate, because if you just... If all you do is, like, make everything as overpowered as Well of Radiance is, then, like, everything just falls over like paper mache. I wish if people wanted a harder game, then they should stop running the meta. See, I don't really like that argument either, because that's like the equivalent of saying, like, if you want, that's the equivalent of saying, like, if you play basketball and you're really good and you want your abilities to be challenged, then instead of playing opponents that are a higher skill level, instead of playing a bunch of 4-year-olds, you should instead put on flip-flops. And it's like, that's not really, that doesn't really make sense, because the entire point, like, part of the point of Destiny, like, how do I phrase this? But part of beating difficult content is not exclusively just playing the content, but it is also in the theory crafting and prep work that you put in to constructing a loadout that is able to defeat that challenging content. And so it's like, when you tell people, oh, the game is too easy for you, oh, just use really crappy stuff, you're taking away the part of the game that requires you to actually be creative and think and come up with something. And it's like, for some people, that's equally as, like, for some people, that part of the challenge is equally as fun as the gameplay itself, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think we should excuse Bungie's lack of balancing by saying, hey, we should just intentionally not use the good stuff. It's like, that doesn't really, that kind of compromises, like, the whole idea that, like, optimization is something that's fun to chase. Like, you should never feel punished for trying to find the best thing to do something. You should never, like, feel like you got robbed of an experience. Because, yeah. But, like, the inherent problem that Well of Radiance brings to the game is that it's an invincibility circle. And in any video game, if you create an invincibility circle with absolutely no trade-offs, like, that is a really hard thing to balance. Like, I legitimately don't know how to balance Well of Radiance. I know, and we know a nerf is coming. Bungie has said so themselves. But I have no idea what they're going to do. And I have no idea if it's actually going to amount to anything significant and get people off well and using other things. Like, I can't even think of what they would do. I don't even know what you would do. My idea a long time ago was to, like, balance well. You just make it last 10 seconds instead of 30 seconds. But then I realized that just exacerbates the problem that already exists, where you need X amounts of warlocks for any activity that you do. And decreasing the duration of Well of Radiance will just increase the number of warlocks required for any activity. So, like, that's not really a good idea, I realized pretty quickly. You rework another subclass by making it more of a healer. But the thing is, okay, how do I? Let me think of a. How do I explain this? I think Mac, you have good taste. We need to look at it as 2 player bases. I don't really think of any balance changes. There is not a single situation in which I'm thinking about balancing decisions strictly with myself in mind. I only think of balancing decisions through the lens of the entire player base. So let's get that out of the way right out of the gate. We need to stun this unstop, by the way. And like additionally, I don't really give a shit like if stuff is OP in the game. Like that ship sailed for me a long time ago. I honestly don't care anymore. But I know other people care. And so I'm just like, I'm answering these questions for the other people that care. Like, you know, what do you do in these situations? I don't really care. I accepted the reality a long time ago that Bungie will always prefer an unbalanced game that allows more players to play more activities than they will a balanced game that actually introduces challenge at endgame echelons of activities, because the more people that play activities means the more people that can get the loot, and the more people that get the loot means the more people that can buy Eververse ornaments for it. Like, make no mistake, the number one reason that Bungie wants to make raids as accessible as possible, make everything as accessible as possible, dungeons as accessible as possible, is because the more people that run that activity means the more people that will get the exotic weapon for the activity, which means more people that will buy the exotic, or more potential people that will buy the exotic ornaments for that weapon in the Eververse store. Dollars and cents make sense. They run in a charity. Correct, but you're making a video game that is, you know, should have some challenging stuff in it. So where is the line? The question has to be asked. Where do you draw the line between, hey, we want activities to be accessible, versus we are going to jeopardize the integrity of the game balance so that we can churn out as many dollars as humanly possible? And that's where Bungie sits right now. Yet 5K have soloed Warlord's Ruin. I guarantee if there was a way for Bungie to make money off of people when they solo flawless a dungeon, they would find a way to make solo flawless dungeons infinitely easier. If instead of getting simply an exotic, if instead of simply getting an emblem from solo flawlessing a dungeon, if instead you got an emblem that also then had 3 different emblem variants for that particular emblem that could be purchased in the Eververse store, only if you had the base emblem from solo flawlessing, I guarantee Bungie would find a way to make solo flawlessing dungeons significantly easier so that they can increase the pool of people that are interested in purchasing those different emblem variants. Anyway, circle back a little bit, right? Like, Well of Radiance as a concept doesn't make sense in a game like Destiny 2. There should be no, in Destiny 2, there shouldn't be any healing focused things. There shouldn't be. And the reason for that, or sorry. That's not entirely true. I misspoke. That's not entirely true. There should not be any classes that revolve around healing. Is the sentence that I meant to say. Warframe has healing frames. Okay, this is Destiny 2. These are different video games. What does Warframe have to do with this? Anyway. The entire premise of a healing class is born from MMOs. A lot of games do. Well, hold on just a darn second, bucko. I'm getting there. First things first. Let's chill. Let's chill for a second. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, oh, this game has this thing is not a good argument for adding it to a different game. That's like... There shouldn't be hunters that are allowed to go invisible every 8 to 10 seconds either, though. See, invisibility is okay because it has a trade-off. The reason invisibility is okay, where things like Well of Radiance is not, is because to have invisibility, you are not allowed to deal damage to enemies. And the second that you decide that you want to start dealing damage to the enemies, the invisibility goes away. Now, if say you were in a situation where, let's say I go invis, and for 9 seconds I have invisibility no matter what I do. I can shoot my bow and I'm still invisible. 4, 3, 2, 1, and I'm still invisible. Then yes, invisibility is busted as shit. That is absolutely overpowered as humanly possible. Without a doubt. But that's not the case. Invisibility has a trade-off. As all things should. Right? So, when you look at... Anyway, why should a healing class not exist in Destiny? We're getting spicy now. Why should a healing class not exist in Destiny? So, Destiny follows a lot of MMO-based things that actually work quite well. Right? A lot of their loot systems are based on MMOs. A lot of their leveling systems are based on MMOs. And these MMO video game concepts have existed in video games for forever. Like a lot of these concepts are the cornerstones for video games. So one of the cornerstones of MMOs are the ideas of classes. And those three main classes are DPS, tank, and healer. Right? And there are 3 values in the game. In any MMO. And each class sucks at 2 of them, but is really good at the 3rd. And those 3 values are deal damage, heal damage, and soak damage. Or tank damage. I probably should have said tank damage. That makes more sense, right? Which makes sense, right? The tank is really good at soaking damage. The healer is really good at healing damage. And the DPS is really good at dealing damage. Now, this all is completely contingent on the idea that the class that does the role that it specializes in is notably worse or borderline useless when trying to do one of the other roles, right? So, for example, if you also gave a healer really, really good damage that was able to compete with the damage that a DPS is able to do, then there is now 0 reason to play a DPS character, because you can just simply run a healer and be able to do what the DPS character can do, and more. Which is why it is of utmost importance when you are designing a game with these 3 roles in mind, that you make sure that these roles stick to their roles. Because once you start to give these roles attributes of other roles and you allow them to do those roles better, you now compromise the integrity of one of the roles in the game because you make it so that there's no point in playing that role. And so the way that all of these MMOs were designed to make sure that all of these roles were equally impactful in video games was by making sure that each of them did a specific thing and that in all encounters, that specific thing was required. So for example, in every single game that is an MMO and is based on these three things, your basic situation, your basic setup in any game that is an MMO and has its core loop designed around these ideas is you have a dude, you have a boss. And the boss is very tanky. And he deals a shit ton of damage. Right? So, the idea that pretty much every fight is you need to have the tank the boss because he is the only one that can soak the damage. If the boss hits the healer or the DPS, they will automatically die because they are unable to tank damage. Because if they were able to tank damage, then there would be no reason for the tank to exist. So that is how you make the tank useful. We'll call him Terry. Now, because the tank is tanking a lot of damage, you need the tank to be able to survive that damage over a long period of time. So, you add the healer class so that the healer can heal the tank. Now, once again, remember what I said. If the DPS character was tanky enough to be able to absorb Terry's attacks, then there would be no reason for the tank class to exist. Everyone would just play DPS because they could deal higher damage and soak it anyway. But the entire cornerstone of this loop is that the DPS does not have enough resistances or enough health for the healer to be able to heal over a long period of time. So that's how you make the healer useful. You then make the DPS useful by giving the bosses some sort of like scaling, or I mean, DPS are just inherently useful because, you know, I mean, in theory, you could kill the boss in 3 hours by whittling him down with the low DPS of the tank and healer, but no one wants to do that. So they have DPS characters that are no good for healing the tank and no good at healing the tank and no good at absorbing the boss. That sole focus is to kill the boss. And in a lot of MMO-based games nowadays, they have a lot of roles, or they have a lot of like mechanics and time constraints and things of that nature that will just wipe you if you take too long. Which makes DPS even more required beyond just like, hey, you don't want to take a lot of time. Now it's actually like, hey, you need to have DPS. You can't just whittle a boss down for 3 hours. It'll enrage, it'll have scaling damage, it'll stack up, and it'll just nuke you. So that is what every single MMO is based on. And it works, because each class brings something to the table that it specializes in that is required to be able to defeat content in the endgame echelons. Now, then you had some games come along that tried to mimic some of these MMO ideas and apply them to other forms of games, like FPS games, like Destiny. And like I said, a lot of the MMO concepts transfer over perfectly fine. Leveling systems, loot systems, clan systems, friends list systems, things of that nature, parties, all of that stuff transfers over very nice. But one of the things that does not transfer very well whatsoever is this loop. You'll notice that in Destiny, every single player in Destiny is a DPS player. Because remember what we said before. If you want to make the other classes, you need to make them specialized in their specific role, but they cannot be better at the other roles than the classes that are designed specifically for that role. because then that completely cancels out the reason why you would play that class. But the problem with a game like Destiny is that if you want to fit that mold, then you don't really want to make a healing class. Why? Why do you not want to make a healer class? Let's see who's got the big brain. Why do you not want to make a healer class in Destiny that fits the constraints that this system requires to actually work? Why do you not want to make a healer class? It's one word. It begins with a B. It is a 6-letter word that begins with a B. No one has it yet. Sugar's got it. Because it would be boring. If you tried to implement a healer class in Destiny 2 under the constraints of typical MMO games that you have to follow for the game to be balanced so that there is justification in playing all of the classes, it would be boring. Because remember, the rules is that it has to be really good at healing damage, but it cannot be better at dealing damage than the DPS class or better at soaking damage than the tank class. But if you actually did that in an FPS game, it would be so boring. You wouldn't be able to kill anything. You would have to just follow around your DPS buddies and throw healing grenades at them all day. You wouldn't be able to shoot at anything yourself. It wouldn't do anything. It's boring. It would be so boring. So what Bungie did when they created Well of Radiance, this idea of a healing-centric class, when they created this Well of Radiance Warlock, healing grenades, Touch of Flame, all this type of shit, a class that is all revolved around healing. What they didn't realize that they did, or maybe they did realize that they did it and they just didn't care, is that they made a class that has all of the properties of being able to heal damage, but also has the same capabilities of dealing damage as every other class in the game. And so the problem is that it broke this mold and made DPS classes significantly less useful. And we can prove this. When do you ever, if you have one Warlock and you're playing a raid, in what situation are you ever going to have them pick Nova Bomb over Well of Radiance, Chaos Reach over Well of Radiance, Needle Storm over Well of Radiance? You wouldn't. Because not only can they fulfill that healing role, but their Well of Radiance also gives a 25% damage buff to every single person that's standing inside of it, which also fulfills the DPS role. As such, there is now no reason to have the DPS role. Now, Bungie, after about like 2 to 3 years, started realizing that this was a very abundant problem because the formula for literally every single raid boss in the entire game was plop a well down, sit inside it, and beam the boss. That was the formula for these raids didn't exist, or these raids existed before Well of Radiance, but after Well of Radiance released. For Eater of Worlds, Argos, plop the well down and beam him. Spire of Stars, Valka Orb, plop the well down and beam him. Scourge of the Past, plop all the wells down and beam the final boss. For Crown of Sorrow, plop the well down and beam Galrun. Garden of Salvation, plop the well down, beam the boss. Deepstone Crypt was the very first encounter that we saw where we had a boss that actually didn't cater to the plop the well down and beam them strategy, and that was Atrax. That was the first ever boss post Well of Radiance introduction where we were disincentivized from using Well of Radiance because the way that Bungie made us do DPS was so fundamentally different to how we had been damaging bosses previously in the game that Well of Radiance actually wasn't the automatic go-to button. And that would be fine if there was a bountiful number of ideas that existed in the world to continuously recreate encounters that don't make Well of Radiance useless in the sense that Well of Radiance itself isn't a good thing to have, but make it useless in the sense that the way the DPS fight occurs, or the way that the fight occurs or progresses, is constructed in a fashion in which you're moving from spot to spot. But there's only so many ways to do that, right? There's only so many ways you can go with that. And then you had Taniks, sit in the well and beam him. Then you had Caretaker, sit in the well and beam him. But then you had Rolk, which has by far, by a mile, been the absolute best boss design in Destiny history. Because it was a way to force you to move around the arena that was fair. Because he one-shot the well, he nuked you if you were standing still, which to make use of well, you have to be standing still or at least standing in a confined area. But it was fair because all of his attacks were telegraphed, which is actually, funny enough, the main cornerstone for boss fights in MMOs. The entire idea of MMO bosses is, if I hit you, you are dead. But for that to actually be fair, you need to have a reliable way to not get hit. And 99% of the time, that reliable way of not getting hit is by making all of the boss's attacks telegraphed. The boss tells you where he is going to hit you before he hits you. Which means as a player, it is your responsibility to say, oh, he's going to hit me here, I'm going to move so he doesn't hit me here. But again, you can't just make every single boss in the history of Destiny do telegraphed attacks forever and ever and ever and ever. Bungie's just going to run out of ideas of attacks for them to do. And then at a certain point, it's just basically going to be the same attacks, but they have different visual effects. Rolk is tankable with a well plus sword. Day one. We're talking day one. Talking day one. Now, if we zoom out a little bit, we've realized that we're in a situation now where we're kind of screwed because a couple of years ago, Bungie realized how good Well of Radiance was, and they realized, oh shit, we have to design the game around the fact that Well of Radiance exists, because if we don't, then people are just going to plop Well of Radiances on the floor and trivialize every piece of content that exists in the game. So Bungie then started creating encounters around the idea that Well of Radiance exists in the game. You can see this clearly with an encounter like Atheon, where while you're damaging the boss, a bunch of stuff is just beaming you from all over the place. Now sure, you can hold the shield and protect yourself from it. That is a viable strategy. However, if you want to maximize DPS, which was typically common in day one, or if you want to beat it on Master, typically you have to maximize DPS, you probably want your shield guy to drop the shield and be able to do damage to Atheon. So what are you forced to do? You're forced to just plop the well in the ground. And so now players are stuck in a situation where they're like, hey, if Bungie nerfs well or removes well, then we're all kind of screwed, because all of their content that has been introduced to the game for the past couple of years has been introduced to require Well of Radiance. And I understand that sentiment. we are kind of screwed if they nerf Well of Radiance or do something that makes it not what it is right now. Because, however, if we continue keeping Well as strong as it is, then we just continue to exacerbate the problem where every single piece of content that we make will continuously be made under the fact that Well of Radiance exists, and it needs to be tuned for the fact that Well of Radiance is going to be there for every single encounter that we're in. Now, where could a healer class work in Destiny? Because there is... Well, no, there's not a situation where a healer class could work in Destiny. And the reason a healer class doesn't work in Destiny is because there is no such thing as a tank class in Destiny. For those who play a lot of MMOs, what is the number one important thing that a tank needs to be able to do in an MMO? And I'm going to get ahead of it. It is not have lots of HP. Oh, you guys know. Cool. Perfect. You guys literally guessed right away. It needs to be able to hold the aggro of a boss. The reality of the situation is there is no way to design Destiny to have one character continuously hold the aggro of the boss so that they can... And the reason for that is because every single character in Destiny has 200 HP. Every single character has 200 HP. So the only way that you would able to actually have a world where you can have healers in Destiny is if you also have a world where you can have tanks in Destiny. Which also means that you have to have a world where tanks are soaking damage from bosses. Which means that you need to boost the HP of tank-based classes to be high enough to be able to sustain the hits of the boss. But that also means they need to do crappy damage. You then also need to design a healer class that is able to heal the tank. But then the healer also needs to do crappy damage. And then you're left with only one subset of classes that can actually do damage. And the entire problem with this is, one, when you're playing an FPS game, everyone wants to use their guns to kill things. They do not want to use their guns to soak aggro, and they do not want to use their guns to heal other people without also being able to deal damage. Another problem that this creates is if you actually want to have these systems in place, then you need to accept the reality that every single raid that you walk into, you will have to bring a tank, a healer, and a DPS. So if you and 3 buddies, or you and 6, or you and 5 buddies want to go and do a raid, and 5 of you play DPS characters and 1 plays a healer, you can't do that raid because you don't have a tank character. And this works in the context of MMOs because multiple classes have multiple different specializations, and there's enough players that's able to switch specializations. There's enough players where you can find people no matter what. In a game like Destiny, it doesn't work because Destiny prides itself on, hey, doesn't matter what your friend plays, doesn't matter if your friend's a Warlock, doesn't matter if your friend plays Stasis, doesn't matter if your friend plays Solar, doesn't matter if your friend uses a rocket launcher, doesn't matter if they use a sword, you can all play together. So you cannot have healing-based classes and tank-based classes because the things that you would have to implement into the game and the balancing checks that you would have to put in would make those classes so unfun to play that no one would want to play them, and it would ruin Destiny. Overwatch did it. Overwatch is a game where there is no leveling, there is no gear, there is no loadouts, there is no customizable weapon options, and, frankly, there is no PvE. Overwatch works because you pick the character, and no matter how long you've been playing the game, they have all the same abilities and all the same capabilities as the person who has just logged onto the game for the very first time. Not a good comparison. Ooh, my tacos are downstairs. Any questions? Couple other things, by the way. Couple other things. This is not me saying, this is not me on like a campaign to get Well of Radiance nerfed. This is not me trying to be elitist or anything like that. This is not, I don't care. I genuinely don't care. I do not give a shit if Well of Radiance, like they can make Well of Radiance last for 20 minutes and buff the damage that it gives to a 100% damage buff. I genuinely don't care. That's not why I'm having this conversation. I'm having this conversation because I think game balance is an interesting topic. So don't get angry at me because you think I'm trying to get Well of Radiance nerfed, because you think I'm trying to make the game harder. I don't. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care. We're just talking about this because I think it's a cool combo. I'm not that old, but I'm too old to trifle about things like that. I have better things to do with my time. Like eat tacos. Why can't Bungie find a mechanic that involves all three aspects in one encounter? It's not necessarily that. It's that every single encounter would have to be designed with those three aspects in mind. And it would make LFG an absolute nightmare because you would have to, instead of just searching for people to play with, you have to find people that play those specific aspects. They're good. These are real good. What's up, my Goku? I let them sit too long, and now the tortillas are soggy. Unfortunate. Congrats, Halifax. That's awesome, dude. Happy for you. What's up, Bearbos? Welcome back. Woo. I will do more GM carries, by the way. I'm just hungry. That one's a little spicy. Oh, man. Wow! That's a little hot. Love your YouTube, mate. Thanks, dude. I mean, the issue with Well of Radiance is that it makes you invincible, and it has 0 downsides. Anytime you have something in the game that makes the entire team invincible for 30 full seconds and deals more damage, it's pretty hard to balance that. What if they nerfed the damage you deal when in it? See no bubble these days? Well, that's because Well of Radiance is just... Well of Radiance literally is bubble without the downsides. Because what's the issue with bubble? The issue with bubble is if you want the benefits of bubble, you are not allowed to shoot at people. And so, Wall of Radiance is literally just bubble, but without that downside. And to prove it, let me phrase it like this. Imagine if Well of Radiance was you put the sword in the ground and there's a circle around it. But Bungie changes it so that instead of a circle, you put the sword in the ground and it's a dome. And you can't shoot out of the dome. You have to walk outside of the dome to shoot enemies, but then you don't get all of the healing that you would get while you're inside of the well. Like it just sounds like bubble, right? Because it is bubble. So that's why I don't see bubble anymore. I'm gonna put up the next raffle while I eat my final taco. Exclamation mark ticket to enter if you need help with the GM. Okay, I'm thinking. I got things going on in my brain right now. What if... What if you leave Well of Radiance the exact way that it currently is? And the only thing that you change is instead of a warlock casting it with their super and they lose their entire super bar and the well just sits there for 30 seconds. What if instead the Well of Radiance sits there for 30 seconds, no matter what. But to gain the benefits of the Well of Radiance, such as the 25% damage buff and the infinite healing, you only gain the benefits if you have super energy while you stand in the Well of Radiance. And while you stand in the Well of Radiance, it slowly drains your super. And once you run out of super energy, you can continue to stand in the Well of Radiance, but you just won't get its benefits because you have no super energy to trade for the Well of Radiance's benefits. That is probably how I would balance it. That would make it useless, I think. You think that would make it useless? It is an invincibility circle. How would that be useless? I think what you meant to say was that would make it balanced. Which again, like I said, I don't care. Like I said, I don't care. I don't care what Bungie does to well. They can buff it and make it last for 9 years. I don't care. I just think it's an interesting conversation. One super potentially consumes 6 supers. Oh, you're forgetting the other side of the equation. One super consumes 6 supers for what? Hold up. You're forgetting the other side. In exchange for what? One super consume 6 in exchange for immunity, immortality. You cannot die ever, no matter what. Flip side, how would that go down in PvP? Type it with me, chat. NMFP. I need everyone to type NMFP. NMFP. How would that go down in PvP? You guys know what NMFP stands for? Not my fucking problem. Not my fucking problem. So if you don't have super, you don't get the benefit. So then if I throw Blade Barrage, should it only do DPS if you have your super as well? So here's my thing, right? Let me explain it again. Also, Mocha Thanos, thank you so much for the 2 months of subbing. And Talaron, if you're still in here, Talaron, thank you so much for the sub. I'm sorry I missed that. I was enthralled in this conversation. So here's the thing. Here's what it does, okay? One more time for the home team. And to reiterate for the 3rd time, I don't care what I don't care what they do. I don't care if they nerf well, I don't care if they buff it, doesn't matter to me. I just think the conversation is interesting. Because I would hope that we can all agree that a large circle that lasts for 30 seconds, that makes every single person standing inside of it practically invincible, with a 25% damage buff, is probably a little strong. So, one more time. My proposition is, as the Warlock, you plop the well down, and go more like this. You plop the well down, and instead of taking away your entire super meter, you keep your entire super. However, while standing in the well, your super will slowly drain and go into the sword of the well. That's what fuels the well and gives you power in return. As you are in the well and your super is draining, you receive the benefits of massive healing and increased damage, as you do right now. If you step outside of the well, your super will stop draining because you are no longer allowing the sword to siphon your super energy in exchange for these buffs. And then once you go back into the well, your super will continue to drain in exchange for receiving the buffs of the well. Now, if you're a player and you're like, oh, let's say you're a Nighthawk Hunter over here, and you're like, nah, I don't really want to be in the well, because I want my super. I want to use my super on the boss. So you'll sit over here, you won't go anywhere near the well. And you'll just Goldie the boss, and then you'll have 0 super energy. And then you'll say, okay, now we'll go hang out with my friends in the well and do the rest of my damage. But because you don't have any super energy, you have nothing to trade to the sword for the benefits of the well. So even though you're standing in the well, you do not get any of its benefits. And so it's basically as if you're not in the well. Wouldn't this mean that you could have 100% well uptime if you just leave and let your team use it? Sure, I guess so, but that's completely okay. Because the only way someone gets Well of Radiance benefits is by trading their super. Which, like, and I mean, you can have a hard cap of its duration of like 60 seconds, I guess, or something like that if you really want to. But this actually requires you to make a decision. And it actually has a trade-off. Like I said, the number one thing I can compare it to, the number one thing I can compare Well of Radiance to is, imagine if invisibility was changed so that attacking enemies does not take you out of invisibility. You guys would say that is the most broken thing in the entire world. You would say, Mac, that is overpowered because you are able to kill enemies and they are not able to kill you back under any circumstance. I'm just saying. And also, while you're invisible, you deal 25% increased damage. What if you're solo? Does it use the super? No, remember what I said. Remember, crystal clear. In the change that would be made, that I'm proposing, is when you cast the Well of Radiance, it doesn't take your entire super as the Well of Radiance Warlock. It simply begins the draining of your super bar. You haven't solved the problem, you've just homogeneized every class? Explain. I think I have solved the problem with that. Because now, people are actually encouraged to make a decision, especially if they're playing a Warlock. They're encouraged to now make a decision between, do I want to run a Well of Radiance, or do I want to go something like Nova Bomb, or something like Chaos Reach? Whereas right now, if you are the only Warlock in a fire team, or in some circumstances, you're one of the only two in a fire team in some raids, you're defaulted to Well of Radiance. That idea is buns, bro. You should come up with a better one. It's really easy to look at someone else's idea and just say, oh, that's dog shit. Oh, that never works. That would never work at all. That's terrible. You guys can take the easy route if you want to, or you can try to explain why it's a bad idea, or you can try and come up with a better idea. It's fine as it is. I talked for about 30 or 35 minutes explaining why it is not fine as it is. So you can rewind in the VOD and listen to that entire thing, and then you can come back with your new argument. Every class is now a Well Warlock? No, because I'm pretty sure only the Well Warlock is able to initially cast the Well of Radiance Super. Which means the super of Well of Radiance Warlock is no longer a 30-second invincibility circle for every single class to use with no trade-offs. The super of a Solar Well of Radiance Warlock is now the ability to put down a field that allows players the option to receive a permanent healing and damage buff so long as they reside in it and drain their super. That's what it does. Bro doesn't miss? That's because I actually think before I say the words that I say. I don't just like walk up and be like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Like, I've thought about this for years. There are thoughts that occur behind these sentences. That is why I don't miss, because I don't open my mouth if I don't know what I'm talking about. No, they're not, Slim, because by standing in the Well of Radiance, you lose your super energy, so you are forced to make the decision, do I want the benefits of the Well of Radiance, or do I want the benefits of the super that I am currently running? Whereas in the current state of the game, the reason that Well of Radiance is so by far head and shoulders above everything else is because absolutely zero trade-offs. As a Nighthawk Hunter, I can walk into the Well of Radiance and pop my Nighthawk and shoot the boss, and then continuously blast the boss while in the Well of Radiance, and I don't have to give up anything. If you make players actually make decisions, then you introduce a more diverse meta, and you encourage players to use other things. That is, yeah, probably Abraham's. I don't see why not. I think that could be perfectly fine. Our two winners are Binky Billy and Goin' Ham. I need both your Bungie IDs so I can take you on through here. And let's get cooking. Also, for the fourth time, I don't actually care what Bungie does with Well of Radiance. This is purely a discussion about game balance, because I find game balance discussions interesting. They're a fun thought exercise. Especially because game balance is a lot more complicated than most people think on a surface level. I like it. I never liked that Well made Bubble irrelevant. It's an absolute tragedy what Word of Dawn has suffered because of the strength of Well of Radiance. New England Wolf, thanks for the 3 months, dude. Hey, Sphinx, you have to go back and watch the 35-minute explanation that I gave as to why Well is not fine as it is. Still not showing up for me? Make sure your privacy settings are open. Make sure they're public. Set to open. Let me try this. You double check and make sure that you sent me a valid Bungie ID. Make sure you like spelled your name right. Make sure you have the right numbers, all that jazz. What's up, Jose Rodriguez? I'm still waiting for an argument as to why those proposed Well of Radiance changes don't work in the scope of Destiny. I've seen a lot of people say that the changes are stupid and that they don't make any sense, but I have yet to see someone make an actual argument as to why. What if someone isn't a Warlock main and enjoys the game playing as a Hunter or a Titan? The meta, as you've stated, has evolved to having multiple Warlocks on Well because it's so OP. That, yeah, exactly. That's the problem with Well. Is that, and it's only further exacerbated if you are like, imagine if you're not only imagine if you're a Titan or a Warlock player, but imagine if you are a Warlock player that likes playing subclasses other than Well. You're basically bullied by your fire team into switching to Well of Radiance if you don't have enough other Warlocks, which means if you're like a Void main Warlock, you don't ever get to play Void. Billy, let's try you joining on me. There's my join code in chat. You try joining me. Born to Nova, forced to Well. That's elite. I think that guy just wants attention. You might be right, because this is the very first time that they're in my stream and they're not even following me. And the only messages that they have typed is messages that are just disagreeing with me for the sake of disagreeing with me. So you could be right. That they're just like an account that's like their sole purpose is to argue. Hey, there we go. Good, good. Oh, shit. Dude came prepared. Thank you, my man. Appreciate you, Oh my god, they both came prepared. Thanks, boys. You're making my life easy. Yeah, my favorite is having discussions where people's response to a statement is that is a stupid statement, and then they don't offer any follow-up whatsoever or any rationale or any reasonings as to why. It's like, yeah, good job. Don't make your brain work too hard. That was good. Anyway, I mean, like I said, we know Bungie is nerfing well. We know it's coming. They've literally said that well is going to get a nerf in final shape. You know what? Let's shift the conversation. What do you guys think that Bungie is going to do with well? What do you think that they're going to do? Not what do you think they should do. What do you think that they're going to do? Because they've already said easy solution, just lower duration. See, I really hope that they don't do that, because I think that'll just create that, like I said, that'll just exacerbate the problem that already exists. And that problem is that for pretty much every endgame encounter in Destiny 2, you get out of the payload, by the way, guys. Back up. You're gonna get smoked if you stay here, okay? Every single endgame piece of content or endgame team content in Destiny basically requires you to have a certain amount of well of radiances. And so I'm really concerned if they just simply nerf the duration of well. All that is going to do, that is not going to, all that is going to do is raise the usage of Well of Radiance, because all it's going to do is force even more players to run Well of Radiance, because hey, we can't just get by with one Well of Radiance anymore because it used to last 30 seconds and now it only lasts 10. Now we need to bring 3 people with Well of Radiance so we can have a 30 seconds worth of Well, which would be catastrophe. That would only exacerbate the problem that already exists, where it's just like every single player. Bro, I didn't mean disrespect. I don't think I said that you did. Oh, hell yeah. Nighthawk hours, let's go. What's up, Plasmatic? He's baiting you, dude. What? What are you talking about? If they remove well, then they need to reinstate self-res. See, I talked about this all the time. Well of Radiance exists in Destiny 2 for the same reason that self-res exists in Destiny 1. And listen, never mind. I have nothing to gain from saying this sentence. Ignore me. Carry on. Yo, what the? Where did those guys come? What the fuck? I mean, my res is super free. They just need to run to the right. I can't even see those guys. Wait. Wait, why did... Why was there no one-stop? Wait, I'm so confused. Why was there no one-stop that spawned right there? Does an unstop just like sometimes not spawn in that pack? GM or regular Nightfall? This is GM. Did someone golden gun it? I don't think so. I've always had an ogre there. Weird. Oh, also, one more thing. Final closing arguments. With my Well of Radiance conversation thing, by the way, none of that is because I'm some elitist and I want people to fail at hard content. And the only proof that I need to show for that is I would not make a bunch of YouTube guide videos on how to beat stuff in Destiny and how to be good at Destiny if my sole purpose in Destiny was to stop people from completing content. That's for everyone who goes onto Reddit and says, oh, Mactics must go Radiance nerf, he must hate the casuals. This isn't Twitter, you're good here? Think true. First problem is reading Reddit comments. I don't read Reddit comments. There's this one dude. I can't remember his exact name, but I know he's another YouTuber. But there's this one dude. I've seen him on like 4 different Reddit threads that mention my name. And all he does, I swear, all he does is look up my name on Reddit and go to threads that have my name on it. And just reply to anything nice anyone says about me. And just replies to it and says, oh, Mac is actually a terrible person, blah, blah, blah. He's another YouTuber. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but it is like he is actually obsessed with me. Like if I ever see a comment that mentions me on Reddit, literally like clockwork, right underneath it is this dude commenting about how he hates me and I'm the worst. It's actually so funny. Got the beady energy, bro. He jealous. Bro, he wishes view counts were like mine. Is this card guy? Who's card guy? I don't think I know who card guy is. Oh, I'm fucked. What's up? Who's card guy? Damn. Nighthawk actually cooks. Twisted Fate? Twisted Fate is a card guy. That is true, I can't deny that. His name is like Xbox 360 TV or something like that. Or like 360. There's a 360 somewhere in there. But dude fucking hates my guts. Wasn't gonna post it, but 360 game TV. Yeah, that's him. That dude hates me. Every single Reddit comment I see that mentions my name, his name is right under it. Talking shit about me. He hates me. god, that was a rocket of a century. Yes, that is exactly who it is. Why the hates? I honestly don't know. Hi, sweetie. How you doing? Good. He's jealous of the mustache. I didn't even consider that. But like now that you say it, it's so obvious. It's clear as day. It all makes sense now. I'm not gonna lie, this might be the guide run team. These dudes clearly know what's up. They're cooking with the Nighthawks. Pretty sure I'm the only one who's died so far. Oh, if we have the Nighthawks right now, it'd be so perfect. I guess we don't really need it. We're cooking this dude. Oh! That was awkward. Oh, we only needed one, actually. He's streaming? Wait, he's actually... I didn't even know he streamed. Yo, guys, don't go over. I didn't even know he streamed. Don't go over and like fuck with him or anything like that. I'm not trying to create drama or nothing. I was just honestly probably shouldn't have even said anything about him. All right, let's double Nighthawk him right off the rip. Oh shit, he put a shield up. That works. Yeah, boys, listen, if any of you go over there and try and start drama, and if they're actually streaming, if any of you try and go over there and start drama in his chat, Grim is gonna ban you in my chat. We ain't high schoolers. Anyone who acts like a high schooler is just gonna not be allowed in here. But not right now. Just because he's a bitch to me doesn't mean y'all gotta be, doesn't mean we gotta be bitches back. Fish. Okay. Let's group invis. Oh, I'm sure there's a high schooler in here somewhere. But I only mess with the mature high schoolers. And I'm pretty sure most of the people that watch my content are relatively mature individuals. Glad you clarified. That was close. What? Uh-oh! Someone got banned! Someone trying to start shit, Grim? I was serious, bro. I'm not messing. Yeah, he did. Yeah, fuck that shit, bro. Not drama, just rude. Wait, what? I'm confused. Send me a DM. Alright, let's cook this dude again. Rip. No Nighthawks. Love your Will Build series. Thanks, dude. What is this song? This song is not it. I told y'all, if you run around and act like dickheads to other people, you're not gonna be welcome in here. I don't know why people don't listen. I don't know why they think I'm fucking bluffing. That's a classic little fuck around and find out, ain't it? For the guide video, I need to get people on my fire team that like are comfortable doing the blink with the spear. Why is most of your Twitter and Reddit community filled with people who have... What? What are you talking about? Up the waz? Whatever that's for. Okay, first of all, what do you mean your Twitter and Reddit community? I don't have a Twitter or Reddit community. Oh shit, he blinking. How do I not get burnt out? Take breaks from Destiny 2. Play other video games. Watch twitch.tv/Mactics instead. How do you link with the spear? Grenade button. Yo! Where'd the boys come from? I feel like the play is honestly to stay here. Maybe not. Okay, just get in. I feel like you stay there and then you only move if he goes to the right side. Someone didn't step to the back of the arena. Yo, Status. Status's life has been consumed by the Destiny 2 Scrabble. Minute run. That could be the team for the guide run, I'm not gonna lie. The grabbing the spears was a little shaky. And positioning on the platform for the boss shield throws was a little shaky. Definitely needed them to be standing back a little bit more when he threw the shields. Because we had some situations where we could have maybe team wipes, but I might want to run it again with those two. Because that was super smooth. That was 22 minutes. Only if they want to run it again, though. No, I feel that, Binky. I mean, if you two are down to run it again for the guide run, I think that'd be kind of sick. Stonehands, thanks for the 7 months. Because you guys kind of smashed that shit. You guys let me know if you're down to run it back. I'm gonna say what's up to my wife real quick. Go back.
Baby, what's the rush? I can see the liquor, how it tickles at your lips. Looking for some fun. Come a little closer, let me show you how it is. 'Cause you seem confused. You don't need to know just who I am. Let's move to the groove. Baby, I ain't looking for romance. I'm just trying to dance. I'm just trying to dance.
Ow! Whacked my arm. Oh boy. Okay. Both of you do me a favor, join my poll voice channel in Discord, and I'll pull you. I'll server mute you. So that you can't talk. But you'll be able to hear me. in real time. That way you don't have to have the Twitch stream up. So like Puppet, you should be able to hear me in Discord right now. Yes, I will indeed unmute them afterwards. Cool. Can you both hear me in Discord, by the way? You can just type in Twitch chat. You can hear. Okay, you can both hear me. Let me do this. I'm gonna pin this message. Okay. Everyone in the stream, I'm gonna mute my alerts for now, so they will still appear on screen. However, they will not make any noise. So, like, if you want your alert to be in the guide video, I guess you can, if you sub or drop a gifted or whatever in the middle of the run, it'll appear on screen. It just won't make any noise, because I'll probably try and shout them out if they happen in the middle of the video too, because why not? Be kind of fun. We cool? Yeah, we're good, bro. Why wouldn't we be? All right. Are you guys ready for guide video time? All right. I'm not going to be talking to chat at all for the entire guide video, so you guys just enjoy. Enjoy the magic. Need a 100 bomb to happen during the recording. I guarantee that will not happen. All right, let's get started. You are here because you want to know how to beat the brand new Grandmaster Nightfall, the Psyops Cosmodrome Battleground, in the easiest, safest, most efficient way possible. Obviously, the strike itself isn't new, but it is very new to the Grandmaster Nightfall playlist. So I'm going to show you exactly what loadouts you should run and the easiest way to get through it, all the strategies, all the tips, all the tricks to make your run super, super easy. So first things first, we have a Solar and Stasis Surge. So I'm going to recommend weapons based on those elements. We also have Barrier and Unstoppable champions. Now, I know when people see Barrier Unstoppable, the first thing they think of is Polaris Lance, along with the new seasonal mods. However, I tried out Polaris Lance in this GM, and I found that I really didn't like it very much. What I found worked absolute best is the Wish Ender with built-in anti-barrier and very, very nice long-range damage, able to one-shot barrier champion shields, as well as an unstoppable hand cannon for the unstoppable champions. I know this means you're on double primary. However, the Wish Ender does plenty of damage to feel perfectly fine. Some of you might think that Arbalist might be a better situation in this slot. However, I like the Wish Ender better for its infinite ammo. Trust me, you're definitely going to want the Wish Ender over the Arbalist. As far as the heavy slot goes, I like going with rockets. You can run any stasis or solar rocket to match up with the 25% surge. Or if you don't have a good stasis or solar rocket, you can run any rocket. You'll miss out on that surge, but you'll still be perfectly fine. As far as weapons go, I like having 1 to 2 players run the unstoppable hand cannon. However, I don't think it's necessary for all 3 players to have it. That's why you'll notice that I, instead of running an unstoppable hand cannon in my energy slot, I'm running a disorienting grenade launcher. There's a lot of sections in this GM where this can be really, really helpful to shut down a lot of the knights and wizards from being able to attack you. Just feels very, very nice. You don't really need all 3 people with unstop. As far as subclasses go, I recommend bringing a minimum of 1 invisible hunter. I like Omnioculus the best for the ability to make your allies invisible as well and get all of that energy refunded back, but if you prefer something like Six Coyote or Grappton Forfeit, that can work okay as too. As far as subclass loadout goes, only real important things here are Trapper's Ambush, Vanishing Step, Echo of Obscurity, Echo of Persistence, Gambler's Dodge, and making sure you're on Deadfall Tether. The rest is kind of up to you, whatever you want to run. Harvest and Starvation are what I have, but like I said, it's up to you. As far as my other team composition recommendations, for this particular guide, I'm actually running with 2 Celestial Nighthawk Hunters. Celestial Nighthawk just speeds this thing up big time and feels really, really, really nice. So we're going with 2 for this run. However, if you want to go the safest route possible, I would probably recommend bringing 1 Invis Hunter, 1 Nighthawk Hunter, and maybe a Warlock with Phoenix Protocol Well of Radiance to have maximum well uptime. Or if you're just looking to blaze through this thing, Nighthawk Hunters, having 2 Nighthawk Hunters in conjunction with your 1 Invis Hunter feel really nice. So we're going to do 2 Nighthawk Hunters for this guide specifically. Only real important thing on Nighthawk is that you have Golding on Marksman. The subclass setup is up to you. I can leave a guide down in the description below on a good Nighthawk Hunter build guide if you're looking for something like that. If you want to flesh out the rest of your fragments and aspects, that'll be linked down in the description, as well as my invisibility Invis Hunter Omnioculus build guide as well, if you're looking for a dim link to copy those over. If you are bringing a Titan, Titans are definitely the worst class for this. However, if you do insist on bringing a Titan, I think Solar Throwing Hammers would probably be your best bet, although I highly recommend you stick to the Hunter and Warlocks for this one if you're just going for the 1 clear. So with all that out of the way, with your loadout set, let me go ahead and show you how to do this to absolute perfection. He fires from the hip when making these. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Hold up. I really hope the music is not in the video. I guess it's fine if it is. Alright, to start the GM, you're going to walk out here, and all you're going to do is focus exclusively on the barrier servitors, so we're just going to flank away at them with our Wish Enders. Obviously, you're not going to really be able to damage anything else, because the barrier servitors will make them immune. If you're the disorienting grenade launcher player, you can also throw in a couple of disorienting grenades into the mix, and it'll make it so the rest of the enemies won't really shoot at you, won't really throw grenades. Even if they are immune from the effects of the barrier servitor, you'll still be able to go ahead and hit them with disorienting grenades. They'll still get disoriented, they won't be able to shoot at you. If you're having trouble getting an angle on these barrier servitors, you can come over to the left where I am, where I'm kind of behind this crate right here. You will on occasion have some enemies push you to the left, but they're typically enemies that are pretty easy to kill. Skywood, thanks for the gifted sub while recording this, by the way. Gonna go ahead and finish off all the enemies, and then as the Invis Hunter player, I'm gonna go ahead and push the payload by myself. The other 2 players in my team are gonna stay back as far as they can and blink away at enemies from a distance. This is where having the Invis player comes in huge. There's a couple other areas in the strike where it also comes in massive, but this is the first that you'll see very early on. Having an Invis Hunter is absolutely awesome. So I'm just going to sit here alone. As you can see, it doesn't really matter if there's enemies in my path. It still pushes it no problem, even if there's enemies nearby. And I'm just going to sit here and continue to push it until it gets to 33%. I want to stay kind of towards the back of it, because if I step too far up front, I'll get hit by that brig and it'll insta-kill me the same way that a Cabal Meteor would insta-kill me. I learned that the hard way, so just trust me. Once we spawn that brig, I'm then going to back up and join my teammates and start plinking away at some of these enemies that are a little bit closer. And then once we take care of them, we can start to focus exclusively on the brig. Also going to have some Vandal snipers that spawn kind of where the brig is, so you definitely want to take care of those if they reveal themselves, because they do hurt a great deal. So we'll just plink those guys down, and then we're going to go back to focusing on the brig. Once we get the brig to 50% HP, of course, that is going to unlock its crit spot. And around this time, assuming that your Nighthawk Hunter has some decently high intellect, they should be getting their super around this time. If that is the case, you can go ahead and just pop the Nighthawk and instantly one-shot the brig. So boom, right there, there's a Nighthawk Hunter. Takes care of the brig just like that. We're about 2 minutes, 45 seconds of the way in, and we're already blasting through this thing pretty quickly. And once you kill that brig, you'll see a barrier servitor that'll spawn kind of far off in the distance. You'll go ahead and chip away at it with your Wish Enders. Favorite thing about Wish Ender here is that they one-shot the barrier shields. It feels absolutely fantastic. Once you go ahead and kill that barrier servitor, you can send the Invis Hunter back in to go ahead and continue pushing the payload. Now, your two other teammates here, at this point, they can kind of just follow you from a very far away distance and plink away at some of the adds as they see fit. What they definitely don't want to do is potentially hit the explosive shanks that will end up spawning when they're right next to the Invis Hunter as they are trying to push the payload. Now, as the Invis Hunter, if you're not as experienced on Invis Hunter and you're not as great at timing your cooldowns and juggling your cooldowns, that's completely fine. If you notice that you're getting a little bit low on your invisibility cooldowns, you can just kind of leave and go back to the beginning of the arena. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. You can kind of let your invis cooldowns work their way back up, and you'll be completely okay. As you work your way over here, you'll start to run into the thrall. I can hear that there's some explosive shanks kind of on my tail, so I'm going to kind of walk away from these thralls briefly so I can get some of my invis energy back, get enough for a dodge, and then I can continue to push the payload until I hit about 83%, where it's going to full stop and start to spawn a bunch of hive enemies. Now for this section, you want to avoid the roof completely, because if you have even one player go on this roof section that's directly above me, what it will do is it'll spawn wizards and hive boomers on this tower, and they will respawn infinitely, even if those players that were on the roof leave the roof. So a better spot that I like to do is just kind of come very far out to this right side and plink away at these enemies from here. Obviously your teammates who were kind of hanging behind you, they won't be able to get in here quite as easily. So you're just going to kind of blink away at the enemies from range while they start to slowly work their way in as you, as a team, start to whittle away on some of the adds. So we're just going to try and chip away. At this point, there should be very few enemies up, so they can probably make their way in here and join me. Once you kill the last enemy, you're going to get 2 unstoppable ogres, and the shriekers are going to come to life. You want to instantly nuke the shriekers as fast as humanly possible, because they definitely do a significant amount of damage. Once you nuke those shriekers, you're then on to killing the unstoppable ogres. If you want to, you can play a little bit further back than I was and completely ignore the shriekers and just kind of let the ogres walk into you, take it a little bit more slowly. But if you want to pick up the pace on things a little bit more, then you can play a little bit more aggressive, nuke those shriekers and the ogre. Once you kill everything, you're going to run up here and literally spawn trap the next wave of enemies that spawn right here. You're going to get some champions, an unstoppable ogre, a bunch of barrier champs, and you're going to get the hive wizard. But as the Invis Hunter player, all you got to do is plop your tether down right there. It'll literally chain to every single thing that's in there, and you'll be able to nuke the hive champion, you'll be able to nuke that barrier, you'll be able to nuke the unstoppable. Everything will die at the snap of a finger. And you definitely want to make sure you do it a little quickly, because behind you, while those enemies are spawning, about 5 seconds afterwards, you're going to have another barrier champion, a hive knight right here, as you can see. So you definitely want to keep an eye out for them. So if you feel like you don't have the rockets, or you feel like you don't have the team coordination to get ready to instantly spawn kill these guys, then you might want to play a little bit more front to back. Like I recommended previously for the first wave where we had the shriekers and ogres, you might want to play a little bit more back here. It'll definitely take you a little bit longer, obviously, but it'll be a little bit safer. However, it's not too difficult to coordinate your team to be ready to instantly kill all those guys. All you have to know is that once you kill the very last thrall of that initial shrieker and unstoppable ogre wave, just have all 3 players right here ready to go. Have your unstop players with their unstop shot ready to go for when the unstop spawns. Have your tether player instantly pop the tether down, and then if all you just shoot a couple of rockets and do all that good stuff, then I mean everything will die in the snap of a finger. Once you get to this room, like I said, I do kind of recommend having one Well of Radiance Warlock for this room because it feels really, really good. You can just plop the Well of Radiance at this door and it makes things pretty safe. In our situation, we don't have a Well of Radiance, but I think you'll see that it still ends up being pretty fine. Number one thing to note for this room is that you can sit at this door and come into this tunnel at any point. You are not trapped in this room by any means, and that is the number one thing to recognize, because if you just try and play in this room, enemies spawn at all corners of it, they flank you from all sides, and it's very difficult to stay alive in here. This room is also where the disorienting grenade launcher comes in handy big time. There's a lot of these boomer knights that'll mess you up, and having this disorienting grenade launcher up will kind of neutralize all of them and make your life a lot easier. For this room, this is where you really want to take advantage of your supers and just kind of use them on cooldown. So if you have Nighthawks available, you want to stun those unstoppable ogres and just sauce them with the Nighthawks. If you have Tether available, you want to be dropping your Tether quite frequently. And if you're in a situation where you're a Well of Radiance Warlock, then you want to be using that Well quite frequently. So this entire room is going to go by a heck of a lot faster if you're just spamming supers on repeat. Obviously, spamming the supers will create a ton of orbs, which will allow your other teammates to get their supers. And that'll let you just get through this a lot more quickly, spamming golden guns, spamming tethers, spamming wells. You need 3 total captured lights that will be dropped from the Hive Purifiers, and in between each wave, you will need to go ahead and take out a bunch of enemies so that you can eventually get the Purifiers to spawn. As you can see, I'm doing a bit of a mix between coming into the room a little bit and killing enemies versus hanging back and playing at the doorway. As the Invis Hunter, you are allowed to do that because you have Invis cooldowns. You just need to make sure that you're being particularly careful that you're not getting caught out in this room. Because if you're the only Invis Hunter, then it's going to be really difficult for your teammates to come and get you if you die somewhere deep in the room. So if you want to play it super safe, it'll take you a little bit longer, but it can be a little more reliable if you're just playing at this door the entire time and being a little bit more patient as the enemies come into your line of sight to kill them. So we got some new champions up. We're going to go ahead and stun them with our unstoppable stuns. This one in the back is probably going to be the main one that you always want to get, just because he has the easiest line of sight on you. Again, Golden Gun puts him to bed pretty quickly. And the nice thing about running the Celestial Nighthawk is if you kill an enemy with Celestial Nighthawk, you get 33% of the super energy back. So you get to use your Nighthawks actually quite frequently when it comes to this room. Also going to have this other unstop on the right, so you want to be careful with that. Quick stun into a Nighthawk will put him to bed nice and quickly. Unfortunately, that Nighthawk didn't one-shot the Ogre, but still brought him down to pretty much 1 HP, so he dies pretty quickly. Then as the Invis Hunter, it's my job to kind of run in here and come and pick up this Purified Light, so we can go ahead and progress the encounter. Just need one more. We're about 10 minutes into the strike itself right now, so we're going pretty quick. Like I said, this team composition is a good mix of reliability, safety, and speed, which is why I love running the double Nighthawk so much. And I kind of wanted to run the double Nighthawk for this guide specifically, just so you guys didn't have to watch an unnecessarily long video. You'll get by just fine if you do have a Well of Radiance Warlock, though, as opposed to 2 Nighthawks. But I definitely like bringing at least one. Just makes things feel really, makes them feel a lot faster. As the Invis Hunter as well, if you have finishable enemies in here, since you're running Echo of Obscurity, assuming you went ahead and heeded my recommendations, you can kind of run in here and be ultra aggressive, because if you use your finisher on enemies, that'll of course make you invis. So it's basically like a free invisibility cooldown. So as you can see here, I'm kind of running in, playing significantly more aggressive to try and plop my tether down, make these enemy waves spawn a little bit more quickly. Anytime I see a spawn, that's kind of my cue to get back to my team and reassess the situation, just to make sure that I'm not putting myself in a dangerous position. Because like I said, if I get caught out, there's not really a reliable way for my teammates to run in there and get my res, because I'm the Invis player, they don't have any Invis cooldowns, they're not able to get in there as easily. So we're going to go ahead, continue to drop these enemies. I'm going to try and give my teammate Invis so he can get in there and get his Nighthawk off. And from here, I'll probably go ahead and throw my grenade. As you can see, the right side of the arena here is pretty clear, so I'm confident and comfortable to kind of push in a little bit more. I am kind of getting beamed by some of the enemies though, so we'll play a little safer. Gonna try and drop this barrier knight really quickly. Got the Blistered Wizard out of there as well. And another thing to note is that for the third wave, the champion will actually be the enemy that will drop the third captured light. So then you can go ahead and pick up that third captured light. This will not despawn the enemies, so after you pick up that third captured light, you will still have some enemies to take down. So, for example, this Barrier Knight we obviously want to kill because we want platinum, and because we have to kill it. But once you pick up that third Purified Light, that's kind of your cue to send the rest of the team in and start chipping away at everything else. Be pretty good to go. Occasionally you'll have maybe a Boomer Knight that's hiding somewhere, but once you have every single enemy dead, you can run up to this well, dunk the Discharge Lights, and then you can pick up this Heavy Crate to refresh. I think it only gives 25% of your heavy ammo. It does not give you all of your heavy ammo, so you don't want to go loose cannon with your heavy during that encounter because you're not going to get a full recharge when you pick up that crate. So I like to end up with like 4 rockets or something like that by the time I'm done with that encounter. Once you get to the boss right here, I actually just stay back and I blink away at him from these stairs. That was probably the worst tether of all time. Try to actually land your tether on him next time if you do that. But the reason I like to stay back at the stairs is because if he throws his shields, you can just crouch and hang back here, and the shields will track to the ground above you rather than tracking to you specifically. So we can just hide right here. Makes things a lot safer. You only need to get this guy to about 80% HP, 85% HP, and then the Scions will go ahead and take control of him and send you into the boss realm. Currently at about 14 minutes on the run right now. Oh, apparently I just took a bunch of damage for some random reason. I don't really know why. But then you'll get to this part. If anyone on your team has any supers at this point, I recommend popping them before you start the encounter, because if you look at my super meter, starting the encounter will immediately pull out the boss. Once you start it, you'll have your Nighthawk Hunters pop their Nighthawks immediately and blast the boss to try and take out a large chunk of his initial health, which feels really, really good. And the number one thing I want to recommend for this particular encounter is that when the boss is in his shield throwing form, you want your entire team to be crouched and sitting at the back of the platform. What this does is it makes the boss's shields hit the lip of the platform, which makes it impossible for the shields to actually hit you. The problem is, if you're standing at the front of the platform, the shields will actually track you and hit you. And the problem is that if all 3 of the players on your fire team are standing on this back platform, if one of the shields hits you, it'll ricochet off that player and kill the rest of the team. So make sure that all 3 of your players, if there is one thing to take away from this video, it is this. Make sure all 3 of your players understand that when the boss is in his shield throwing form, everyone is at the back of the platform, crouched. You can play a little loose cannon with this as well, so like when he peeks out, if he's not in the process of throwing his shields, if you like get really comfortable with the timing on it, you can squeak out a little bit of extra damage. But if you want the safest possible strategy, the safest possible strategy is if he is glowing purple and he has the shields on his wrists, you do not under any circumstance stand at the tippy top of this plate. He is very shy, so you'll kind of have to take whatever opportunities you can, shoot his leg, things of that nature. But you'll whittle him down to 2/3 HP. That will spawn the first aspect of Savathun and an Unstoppable Ogre. First thing you want to do is laser the Unstoppable Ogre. So the Unstoppable Ogre will spawn in the very back of the room. He'll slowly but surely make his way up to us. If you have your Nighthawks available at this time, you can use them to go ahead and nuke the Unstoppable Ogre. Or you can just go ahead and shoot rockets at him. Will work just fine as well. Once that Unstoppable Ogre is dead, you have 2 options here. The safest option is for only the Invis Hunter player to run up and get the spear. If you want to be as safe as humanly possible, that is the plan you want to go with. If you want to make things a little bit faster, however, if you have the Omnioculus Hunter, you can have them make the entire fire team Invis so that the entire fire team can walk up and grab the spear, which will make killing the aspect of Savathun significantly quicker. Obviously, Omnioculus, for those who don't know, whenever you make an ally invisible, you get 50% of your smoke bomb back. So if you make 2 allies invisible, you get the entire thing back. So it makes it so that you, as the entire fire team, you can all run up and grab the spear. The only things to note is to 1, be diligent about making sure that you're re-invising your team, and 2, to understand that only one person can pick up the spear at a time. So if you're all three trying to grab it at the same time, it'll only go to one person, and then the other two players will have to re-attempt to grab it. So I recommend just kind of being patient, picking it up one at a time. Another thing to note for this section is that the boss will, on occasion, get in range to be able to shoot you with the arc blasts. They're pretty easy to dodge, so don't be too worried about them. It's not that big of a deal. I also want to talk about movement with this with the Synaptic Spear when we get into the next set of blights, in terms of like how I'm blinking with it, because that is definitely another important part of using the Synaptic Spear for this and being as safe as humanly possible and getting the most out of every spear, since the ammo does deplete not only when you throw it, but also based on time. So I'm going to talk about that in a little bit when we get to the next set of Synaptic Spears. For now, though, like I said, boss is going to be very, very shy. He's only going to peek out at certain times, so just be extremely patient. You'll have your opportunity. And this is exactly why I recommended using Wish Ender over Arbalest. One, you get the anti-barrier, so when he puts up his little Hive Guardian shield, it doesn't really matter. You can shoot right through it because you have anti-barrier. And two, the infinite ammos on the Wish Ender are a godsend here, because it makes it so that you never have to walk back into the arena to go and pick up special ammo. You always have ammo no matter what to be able to shoot through his shield, to be able to shoot him from a distance, and do a sizable chunk of damage as well, I might say. And now that he's in his shield throwing form, I'm going to make sure I'm kind of positioned at the back of the plate. If I saw the shields coming directly at me, then I was going to make sure to crouch so that they don't actually make it to us and ricochet and kill every single player. We're just going to continuously, slowly but surely chip away at his HP bar. Like I said, he is a little shy, so you do kind of have to wait for him to give you the opportunities to poke him down. So right here, we hopefully should be able to phase him to 1/3, which we are right there. And I'm going to have my teammates stay on this initial plate for a brief moment while I show you guys the movement tech with the Synaptic Spear. First thing you should probably do is kill the Unstop directly in mid, so you can go ahead and blast it with Unstop and nail it with rockets and things of that nature. I kind of like to save the Nighthawks here for the boss, so I don't like using Nighthawks on the Ogre. But as you can see, this left one is pretty much always going to be in range to blast you with the Arc Blast. As you can see, they are not particularly hard to avoid. The way I like to avoid them is I like her to shoot a ton of them, and then I start moving, because they take a long time to travel all the way to you. I'm going to leave my teammates back there for now, and while they're back there, honestly, the number one thing I recommend that they do is chip away at all these enemies on the left side. Meanwhile, I want to show you guys the Synaptic Spear. If you press the grenade button while holding the Synaptic Spear, that is what allows you to do that blink ability. It lets you to move. It allows you to move around the map significantly more quickly. So you can grab the Synaptic Spear, do a blink back to the central platform really, really fast, and that is going to allow you to get the most out of your spear, because it's of course going to get you back there as quickly as humanly possible, so that you're not going to have that ammo drain over time. So then what you're going to do is you're going to go invis again, go ahead, grab the next spear. I'll go ahead and make my teammates invisible so that they can get some spears. Once again, you do not have to have the full fire team run over and grab spears if you don't want to. It just makes things a little bit quicker. We are going to do it in this run here just to make the video, a little less lengthy, so we're not wasting any of your time who's watching it right here. And yeah. So now I am out of invis cooldown, so I'm going to run over to this Acolyte and hit a dodge right next to him so I can get my dive back and make both of my teammates invisible. We're all going to run back up and grab the Synaptic Spear, and apparently get blasted by the other Savathun. That was probably a little risky, doing our initial advance onto the Synaptic Spear without invisibility, because what we did was we aggroed the other Savathun clone on the right side, which is what made us get blasted by her arc blasts on our way to pick up the Synaptic Spear. So learn from my mistakes. What you pretty much always want to do is make sure you have invisibility as you're going in to get the Synaptic Spear, so that the other Savathun clone isn't going to be shooting at you as you run up to go get it. So this should probably be the final Synaptic Spear that I'll grab, and that'll probably be enough to kill this one on the left. Once you kill the Savathun clone on the left, what I like to do is I like to bring my entire fire team over to the left side of the arena. And so I'll drop that Synaptic Spear. I'm going to clean up any of the Acolytes that are remaining over here on the left side of the arena. Going to make sure I clear out the Moth as well. and you're pretty safe over here. On occasion, you'll have some acolytes spawn underneath you, as you can see we are having right here. But they're not too dangerous as long as you're keeping an eye out for them. So as you can see, when they spawn, I'm just kind of diverting my attention from the Savathun clone and making sure that I focus on these acolytes that are over here. Go ahead and get a finisher on this one. I have a moth as well that I want to make sure I take care of so it doesn't blow up on me. Also got a wizard over there. This is where the disorienting grenades can once again come in handy big time. Shoot the disorienting grenades at the wizard. Wizard is basically not allowed to touch you. Just makes things super safe over here. Does really, really nice. And your full fire team can sit here and just chuck synaptic spears all the way across the map to get the right side projection. Pretty easy. The very second that we kill the right side projection, I'm going to go ahead and tether where the boss is going to come, and my teammates are going to pop their Nighthawks and instantly blast the boss. Also going to shoot some rockets right there. Just gets a huge chunk of damage on it. And then immediately after that, we're going to go ahead and make our way back to the central platform to get completely safe. I'm going to try and get my teammates safe right here with Invis. I was a little too late. That's on me. But we're instantly going to make our way back to this platform and be super safe. However, the only time that I don't really like being on this platform is if the boss is over on this top right section, because it does give him a little bit of a high ground advantage on you. So in the situation where the boss is on the right side, what I'll do is I'll kind of hide right here so that I'm behind the pillar and he doesn't have a line of sight on me. And I'm going to take my teammate, we're going to make him invis, and we're actually going to go and re-rotate over to the left side of the arena. So I'm going to run over here, res my teammate, make both of us invis, and then we're going to actually occupy the left side of the arena because we just have a lot of space to work with here, and the boss isn't really going to target us while we're over here, and even if he does, we have plenty of room to hide from his shield throws. Only thing to be worried about over here is there is going to be a wizard on this far left side, and obviously you'll have ads in the middle, but it's pretty easy to clean them up. On occasion you'll have some acolytes that will push towards you, but it's not too bad. You can run the risk of staying on the initial platform if you like. Like I said, the only reason I don't like doing that when the boss is over on this right side is because it gives him a high ground angle on your fire team, and it makes it so that it's not as reliable to dodge those shields by standing at the back of the arena. So once the boss gets really low, since I have invis cooldowns, I'm comfortable playing a little bit more aggressively with him. Can run up, smash his ghost, and that is literally it. It was about a 24-minute run, but do not feel bad whatsoever if your run takes 40, 45, even 50 minutes. This is definitely one of the more tedious Grandmaster Nightfalls, but with this strategy, I'm confident that you can absolutely smash it with safety and ease, which is the entire point of this guide. If it helped, please do me a favor, consider liking the video, subscribing to the channel so you can see more upcoming Grandmaster Nightfall guides and build guides. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, have a great day. Man! If that wasn't perfection, I don't know what is. Dude, I had that dog in me for that one. We cooked a little bit. Was the time? 24 minutes. Also, Puppet, Doc, thanks for the help, boys. Forgot to record? Yeah, 100%. Were there any parts of the footage where the gameplay was kind of like jumpy, by the way, guys? Where like there was like a little bit of lag with the gameplay or anything like that? Or visually did it look fine the entire time? Because I know yesterday we were having some issues with like visual lag. In the beginning? Okay. One part in the beginning? Like how long in the beginning? How many seconds? Did we have like a little bit of graphical lag? Like was it for a while? Oh, 3 seconds? Okay. That's fine. It's not a big deal. Yo, Puppet Doc, thanks for helping me with that one, boys. I just want to make sure I'm an idiot. I should have checked before I started doing that, but I want to make sure I want to make sure that the music is not in here. You are here because you want to know how to beat the brand new. Once you kill everything, you're gonna run up here and literally spawn trap the next. We good. We good. No problem, Crescent. Oh, will you on-server meet me? Oh, yeah. True. Gotcha, boys. And then, Doc, can you rejoin a VC so I can on-server meet you as well? Puppet, you're good. Shit. Do I want to do one more, or are we calling it there? I'm kind of tired, and I have a lot of shipping labels left to print. It's not my fault, Ghost. They left too quickly. They're quick at everything. Yeah, I got you going him. You're good. They're too fast. They're fast at the GMs. They're fast at leaving the VC. Fast at everything. Also, Daxon, thank you so much for the resub, by the way. How many subs are we at now, by the way? Are we still just like a little... Are we still just a little over 9.3k? Yeah. Shit. You like mine? Going ham! Thanks so much for the 5 gifts, man. How many subs do we have today? Or 70? Are you telling me that this might be a 500 sub day? Wait, are you telling me that this might be a 500 sub day? Look me in the eyes. Look me in my freaking eyes. Are you telling me this might be a 500 sub day? Is that what you're telling me? Look me in my eyes, boys. And tell me if that's what you're telling me. No? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, hey, thanks for telling me at least. You know, because now I know. But it might be a 600? No, it won't. Nope. Disagree. Ugly Dystopia, thank you so much for the brand new Prime sub. And thanks for kicking off a hype train, along with Binky Billy with the 10 gifteds, and Going Ham with the 5 gifteds. Wait, didn't you boys literally just help me record a guide run for that GM? And now you're gifting me subs? What's that all about? They carried me and now they're gifting me subs? That's just too nice. The run was fun. It was a fun run, I agree. I'm showing appreciation? Well, what if I said I appreciate you? What's up, Chickentopia? Hello, Rise. Alpha Ryan, thank you so much for the 5 months of subbing and welcome back. Love the guides. Thank you, Chickentopia. I love making them. What if I said I appreciate you +1? Then I guess I've been defeated in battle and I can never show my face again. Felt like a more natural run. Yeah, we cooked that shit. The funny thing is, I think our first run, where like we weren't actively doing comms, I think that was faster than our guide run. Although our guide run was still very fast. Our guide run was like 25 minutes, but I think our first run was like 23, which is kind of funny. What time is it for you, Mac? It is 9:24 p.m. Eastern time zone. January 10th. Wednesday. In the second moon cycle. I have no idea what moon cycle it is, actually. I just wanted to say more words. Sudden pauses. Thanks for the brand new Prime sub. This might be a 500 sub day. 17 subs off, 500 sub day. What's your opinion on Verglass Curve? I have not used Verglass Curve enough to have an opinion on it. Like, I would feel wrong giving an opinion on Verglass Curve because, like, I don't feel like I've used it enough to deserve to have an opinion on it. What I will say is, I've seen a lot of people recommend it for stasis builds, and so I bet it is good with stasis builds. But I've, like, me myself have not personally, like, used it a lot. But I imagine it'd be... How about this? If it's a 500 sub day, I'll make it a 600. Chat. What Ghost basically just said is he is going to match. If someone drops 17 gifted, Ghost is going to drop a 100er. That's basically what Ghost just said. And if it happens during a hype train, which is happening right now, every single person will get a shit ton of smacks from all of those gifteds. That's basically what's happening. That's basically what's happening. Why wait? And don't rush them in. Don't rush them in. His subs, his rules. Boys, brace yourselves. Brace yourselves. I actually have the best community ever. I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. I have the best community ever. Like, are you kidding me? I don't know what to say. Ghost has dropped 2 100 gifted sub bombs today. He is at a total of 700. I'm just saying it one more time. He is at a total of 700 gifted for the month. 700. Soccer's at number 2 with 628. We just had 2 brand new sub gifters, Sudden Pauses, who dropped 7 gifted subs, and Blazin' Blazer, who dropped 5 gifted subs, both of whom was their first time ever gifting in the stream. So please welcome Sudden Pauses and Blazin' Blazer to the Gifted Sub Club. Thank you so much for gifting the stream, both of you. Going Ham dropped another 10 gifted subs, despite just helping us with 2 runs for the GM guide video that will be going out tomorrow. And not only has Ghost dropped 200 subs today, 700 subs for the month, Ghost in total, throughout his entire time residing in our stream, residing in our community, has gifted a grand total of 2,000 subs. There have been 2,000 individuals in the stream that have been blessed by Ghost at one point or another. I have the best community ever. I genuinely do. I have the best community ever. But that's not even close. It's not even close. I have the best community ever. Like, are you kidding me? Not wrong? I know I'm not wrong. I would never lie. I would never lie. When I say I have the best community ever, I genuinely, like, I would not trade you guys for any community in the face of the earth. I have never cared about. I mean, obviously I've cared about like how many viewers I have, because like obviously the goal as a streamer and as a content creator is to grow your platforms. But I have never, and I will never, care about how many viewers I have more than I care about the quality of my viewers, the attitude that they bring to the community, the values that they bring to the environment that we create. Never cared. So when I say I literally, when I say I wouldn't trade this community for any community in the entire world, genuinely wouldn't. You guys are actually the best. CJ, thank you so much for the 3 gifted subs, 111, and Matt 1745. Thank you so much for not only the gifted sub, but your very first time gifting in the stream. Matt, you as well. Welcome to the gifted sub club, dude. Happy to have you. You guys are awesome. Normalize hyping little gifts just as much. Keep up that energy. I'm pretty sure I hype up every gifted sub. What do you mean? Are you watching the same stream that I'm watching? I feel like we hype up every gifted sub. I mean, damn. I mean, hey, if you disagree. We can solve that. This is my problem solver right here. Oh my god. Dude, I cannot wait for the Lego building birthday stream. That one's gonna be a blast. By the way, guys, I don't know if I mentioned this yet, but I asked Liv if she would want to do the Lego building stream with me and be on camera, and she said she was down. So you guys will be seeing Liv for the Lego building stream as well. Again, that's on this Saturday. That's in 3 days. That'll be a good time. Tater Hater, thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs and your very first time gifting in the stream. Welcome to the gifted sub club, Tater Hater. Less than 50 gifted subs away from 9,500. I don't think we're gonna hit 9,500 today, because I'm about to get off in a few minutes. But I wanted to swoon over you guys for a brief moment before I logged off. Because you guys are just, God, you're the best. I mean, like, I'm genuinely, like, I get so excited to get on and stream every day. It's like, it's always fun. Like, I know obviously, like, at the end of the day, I'm the one behind the camera, and it's primarily my responsibility to kind of like set the tone and set the environment for what we want. But I mean, you guys do just as much in terms of contributing to everything that we do here, right? It's like it's always very fun to be in the presence of all of y'all as a collective group, because like we just, you know, we just take care of each other and shit, and I like it a lot. It's awesome. Oh yeah, Schmacks. That's right. How many Schmacks are on that hype train, boys? Did anyone see? Or should we just call it like 150 and thumbs up? 144? Let's call it 150. All good. Not a problem. Let's call it 150. Damn. Go ahead and gamble away. Gamble the day away. I'll be working? Damn. Shit, so should I... Oh, fuck. I don't want you guys to miss the Lego building stream, but I guess there's not really a way that there's no date that I can pick where no one will be working, right? Wait, isn't Monday Martin Luther King Day? Do you guys get work off for Martin Luther King Day? Or is that just, like, school? I never know, like, what days... Because, like... Military does? Type 1 in chat if you do not have to work or go to school on Monday, this upcoming Monday. Type 2 in chat if you do have to work or go to school this upcoming Monday, the 15th. Okay. So we'll probably stick to Saturday then for the Lego building stream, Saturday the 13th. I mean, hey, those of you who work on Saturday though, like we're probably going to be streaming for like 8 hours though. It's a 5,000 piece Lego set. Like that shit's going to take us a minute. So even if you guys work on Saturday, I think there will be some point where you can hop in, or maybe we'll still be live after you're done with work. Cause like, I mean, shit. That's a long, that's a lot of pieces. You know what I mean? I think you'll have time to make it in. But boys, I'm a call it right there. I'm gonna call it right there for now. Just depends on when you start the stream, because I work 1 to 10 East. I'm gonna start it in the morning. So like the Saturday stream will probably start at like 10 a.m. Eastern. Honestly, what I might do is I might start at like 9 a.m. Eastern, play a little bit of Destiny in the morning, and then once Liv is like up and good to go. Oh, but Liv might have work on Saturday. Shit, I didn't even think of that. Lego building stream might have to be switched to Sunday. Lego building stream might have to be switched to Sunday. I have to talk to Liv. It depends if she has work on Saturday or not. I'll let you guys know in Discord, though. Guys, thank you so much for the incredible night. Hit !! Subs in chat one more time. I want to see our final count. We keep setting records. We might hit 10K. I'm not even kidding. We might hit 10K. 6, 4, 5, 3. New all-time record. Are we gonna hit 10K? I don't know. Hold up. Sorry. 9, 4, 5, 6. New all-time record. Thanks to Sudden Pauses with the 3 gifted subs. Little buzzer beater before we head out. Pauses. Thank you so much, dude. Guys, I appreciate everything. Everything y'all did. I mean, today was crazy. I'll have that guide video up for you tomorrow on how to beat the GM. Hopefully it'll help. And, you know, thanks for always hanging. Because, like I said, you're the best community in the entire world. I will be on tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow. Let's try and get some Willow builds tomorrow. I feel like I haven't done a Willow build in a little bit. I need to get a Willow build in tomorrow for you guys. See you guys then. Have a fantastic rest of your night. Stay safe. Sleep tight. See you next time. Later.